Good afternoon. Welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate afternoon sitting on this day of the 18th of October, the year 2022. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Members of the Senate this afternoon will be considering a motion that is moved by the Senate Majority Leader, the motion on the appointment of a joint select committee on election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly, commonly known as EALA. This is a motion that will seek members to approve a list of members from the Senate to join a list of members from the National Assembly to form the committee. And this motion will be moved by the Senate Majority Leader on issues that expound or explain the importance of this particular legislative assembly, that it is established under Article 9 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community as one of the key organs and institutions of the community responsible for the community's legislative matters. Article 50 of the treaty provides for the election of members of EALA by respective partner states legislatures in accordance with their parliamentary procedures for a term of 5 years. Aware that the East African Legislative Assembly Elections Act 2011 contemplates conclusion of the election of members of a new assembly to be within 90 days before the expiry of the term of the subsisting assembly, and that the term of the current East African Legislative Assembly will come to an end on 17th of December 2022. And of course, the cognizant of the need to urgently conclude the election process for the East African Legislative Assembly to commence transacting business of the East African community, that the Senate resolves to establish a joint select committee consisting of 7 members from each House of Parliament, that is the Senate and the National Assembly, members or the committee that will undertake the functions contemplated under the East African Legislative Assembly elections, that is election of members of the Assembly Rules 2017 or 2017, and that the members, a list of members from the Senate will be joining the Joint Select Committee, of course made of members from the Senate and the National Assembly. The list of members from the Senate include Senator Daniel Kitonga Manzo, who will be a co-chairperson in this Joint Select Committee. There is Senator Rafael Chimera Mwinzangu. There is also Senator Joyce Chepkoech Korir. There is Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman. There is Senator Chute Mohammed Said. There is Senator Joseph Githuku Kamau. And the 7th member is Senator Beatrice Akinyi Oyomo. This is the Select Committee for the elections of EALA members. Well, Honorable Veronica Maina is in the chambers. She will be presiding over this afternoon session. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by PBU and KBC. Good afternoon.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Members, we are certain that we have quorum pursuant to Standing Order 40, and we will begin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Kajwang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to present this petition regarding public transport in Lake Victoria between Mfangano Island in Suba Central Sub-County and Mbita. We, the undersigned, citizens of the Republic of Kenya, on behalf of concerned stakeholders, shareholders, and residents of Mfangano Island on Lake Victoria in Homa Bay County, draw the attention of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya to the following, pursuant to Article 35 and 119 of the Constitution of Kenya and 225 of the Senate Standing Orders. 1, that maritime transport is an essential component of sustainable development in Kenya today. This has been and will continue to be a major backbone of the blue economy and a support system for fishermen and other business institutions within the lake region, and more importantly, the only transport medium for thousands of Kenyan citizens who live on Mfangano Island. Noting that there are a number of islands on Lake Victoria, namely Mfangano, Takawiri, Remba, Atego, Risi, and Ringiti, inhabited by over 30,000 people who purely depend on water transport inter-islands and the only way to connect to the mainland, and whom fishing is a source of income and support for livelihood. That the said islands on Lake Victoria have since time immemorial suffered from the lack of a public ferry to ensure safe and secure access of the islands and the mainland by the residents, which has led to an increased cost of transportation of goods and services to and from the island, thus affecting the cost of living in the island and the cost of doing business between the islands and the mainland, and more importantly, loss of lives in the use of unsafe water transport methods. That due to lack of a reliable public ferry, even the operations of the only private ferry that operated within the islands was suspended on 21st December 2021, almost 1 year ago, following non-compliance with Kenya maritime safety regulations. This has adversely and negatively affected movement between the islands and the mainland, leaving the residents and school-going children to rely on other forms of transport, including wooden boats, which are not only insufficient to ferry high volume and heavy cargo from one island to another and to and from the mainland, but are also highly risky and dangerous to life and property. That the government initiated a number of public projects on the said islands, like construction of classrooms to promote CBC and other public installations, including Kenya Power off-grid generators, which are likely not to receive enough fuel, public schools that have experienced delayed acquisition of essential learning and non-learning facilities and materials. That a continuous lack of a reliable public ferry is adversely affecting development and growth of the said islands, considering that the islands have a good potential to contribute to the GDP of the country through blue economy, lake transport, tourism, cage fishing, livestock farming, and other forms of business. That we, the petitioners, wish to confirm that as per Standing Order 235 of the Senate, this matter is not pending in any court of law or any other constitutional or legal body. That the efforts to have this matter resolved urgently through the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure and the Kenya Ports Authority, though ongoing, has not yielded any immediate solutions. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate, through the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, consider the following. Number 1, with a view to return normalcy in people and cargo transportation between the said islands and the mainland, the government, through the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, should support the current private investors through public-private partnership to ensure compliance with the safety maritime regulations. Number two, that in the meantime, the government, through the Kenya Ferry Services, now under the Kenya Ports Authority, should allocate and install a fully equipped public ferry to ply the Mfangano Island, Rusinga Island, Tumbita route free of charge and as a constitutional right for the people of Mfangano Island, ferry being a road extension. Number three, the government, through the National Treasury and the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, through the Kenya Ferry Services, now under the Kenya Ports Authority, to immediately procure a public ferry with the 300 million Kenya shillings allocated for the same in the current financial year 2022-2023 under Vote 0204000 and purchase or construct a new free public ferry with a view to ensuring safe and secure lake transport within and without the island. Number four, the government, through the National Treasury and the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, through the Kenya Ports Authority, to rehabilitate the Mfangano Island jetty and port at Sena. And Madam Speaker, Sena is the main town in Mfangano Island, with the financial resources already allocated for the same in the current financial year 2022-2023 to ensure safe and secure landing zones for the ferries plying the Mfangano Island, Rusinga Island, Tumbita route. And finally, the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure of the Senate, ministry officials, and any other relevant organization should visit the respective islands to ascertain the suffering and the challenges experienced by the people. And your petitioners will ever pray, dated the 6th day of October 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the petition.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 237, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. I will begin by calling out Osotsi.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the petition and only add that I think that petition is very timely. I know the area that Senator Kajwang was referring to, and I understand that people in that area have a lot of challenges with the transport, and particularly the fishermen of that area. So I call upon the relevant committee to move with speed and process this petition so that the report can be tabled in this House and the relevant ministry can deal with the issues that the Senator has highlighted. I support.
Thank you, Senator. We can have Senator Cheriot. Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very interesting petition. I love that the Senator has decided to use the floor of this House to send out a call actually to the government on an issue that is extremely important to the people of Homa Bay County. It sounds to me well-reasoned, a fair plea by Kenyans who deserve actually to be served by their government like any other Kenyans. Madam Speaker, the petitioners have even gone deeper into the details and ensured actually that they're aware that there is a budgetary allocation for this purpose. They even know the vote upon which this money has been allocated, I suspect they may even have a supply ready. You know, Senator Kajwang is my friend, and I know he's a very pragmatic citizen, and he may have planned his citizens well. But this is a very important petition, which I want to believe will be addressed should be addressed actually quite as fast as possible. You know, Madam Speaker, finally, I want to encourage my good friend Senator Kajwang. You know, one of the favorite counties of the new president is Homa Bay County. In fact, that's where he took his first prayer as president after being sworn in. Unfortunately, their good senator did not find it fit to attend the function. He should have mentioned to him if he was there and showed him the direction of Mfangano Island so that he ensured that the good citizens of Homa Bay enjoy the services that this ferry can provide. But I support this petition, Madam Speaker, and I hope that our Committee on Transport can help expedite it so that the good citizens of Homa Bay can live happily like the rest of the citizens in the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Aaron. We can now have Senator Oburu Odinga. I'm sure he's very interested in this.
Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to join my colleagues in supporting this petition. This petition, Madam Speaker, is very important for us coming around, from the Lake Victoria. My constituency, my county is just a few kilometers from Kajwang's constituency. We are bordering in the lake. And Madam Speaker, I only would have wished that Senator Kajwang included Luanda Kotieno and Mageta Islands, which are also bordering, because our people interact on a daily basis, and transport is not for a constituency or a county. Transport is normally for interconnectivity between counties, between for the whole country. So this, in the lake, Madam Speaker, there are quite a lot of people who die because of the safety of the boats they use in crossing. And it is a high time, Madam Speaker, that the government intervened and introduced safe transport in the lake so that our people can stop dying. The deaths are not reported, but they are on a daily basis, Madam Speaker. And Honorable Kajwang, I hope those the petitioners are from your area. That's why they only petitioned for those islands. But when the provisions are eventually enacted, the boats, there should be ferries also connecting Luanda Kotieno and those other islands, so that our people can have safe transport and sail through. Madam Speaker, this is a very important petition, and I stand to support it. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Odinga. We can have Senator Manzo Daniel.
Making a lake. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this petition. And first and foremost, that the issue of transport is about equity in the country, which is in the Constitution, such that what is happening in the port of Mombasa or any other place with water mass happens to other citizens of this country in any part of the country. And for equity, Madam Speaker, and there have been details as to even as to the budget and the preparedness of the House having allocated monies to solve this problem. The government should move with speed. And even before our committee proceeds to Homa Bay, this matter should have even been sorted because of the urgency it has, and again also on issues of safety. Private entrepreneurs are the ones operating there, yet in Mombasa, the ferries there belong to the government and give service almost for free to the residents. Yet, on the other side, there's no equity. It is a private entrepreneur, and the people have to pay, Madam Speaker. So while I support this petition, it is very important that these ferry services be offered to the Kenyans in Homa Bay, so that they can also enjoy the privileges other Kenyans in all parts of the country are. And Madam Speaker, I heard Senator Faki say that I don't have a water mass in Makueni. I want to inform him that I'm preparing Thwake Dam, which is going to be the biggest dam in East and Central Africa, in Makueni. And therefore, I'll also soon need ferries to be connecting Makueni and Kitui counties. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Manso. You see how that will work out when you connect the two counties. Let's have Senator Bonnie Halwale give comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a pity that today in Kenya, it looks like the Kenya Ferry Services was created for Likoni. In fact, the people of Homa Bay and Kenyans should know there are only 5 ferries in Kenya. There is the Nyayo, there is the Harambe, there is the Kilindini, there is Kwale, all operating in Likoni. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker,
do you wish to
you
be
listen
informed by
you like to inform me? Most welcome, sir.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I want to inform my brother, Senator Khalwale, who resided in Mombasa for a long time, and we are grateful for his service to Port Reitz District Hospital then. But at the moment, there are about 7 ferries which operate across the Likoni Channel. And even in Tongwe, they have started the service. And unfortunately, after the incident which occurred in the year 2020, where the lady Miriam drowned with her daughter, the Kenya Ferry Services was transferred to Kenya Ports Authority. So there is no longer a Kenya Ferry Service. It's now a Department of Kenya Ports Authority. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. But when you are informing me, you should advance my frontier of knowledge. I've started by giving you the actual ferries. I've told you there is Harambe Ferry, there's another one called Nyayo, there's another one called Kilindini, the 4th one is called Likoni, and the 5th one is called Kwale. So you should have come and told me the 2 additional ones for me to know that you're adding knowledge to what I've said. But thank you for acknowledging. And for this reason, it's wrong that the government has not seen the importance of using ferries. Ferries are important for transportation. In fact, even as we cry for the people of Mfangani Islands, why are we not making economic capital out of water transport? The entire island of Mombasa, the entire Mfungano Island, and the other attendant islands in Lake Victoria can actually thrive on ferries as a mode of transport. In fact, it is faster to move from the islands to come to Siaya using ferries than to go round to Kisumu and round until you come by road. I therefore want to support this particular petition. And Mr. Speaker, I do it, Madam Speaker, I do it for good reason and for historical reasons. That the Abaluya people who are living in Suba Island, in Mfangani, the small house of the Luya house called the Abasuba, they have been marginalized in that area. When people address issues of the Abasuba, they don't realize they exist as an independent Luya house. I therefore want to congratulate Senator Kajwang, who is a fellow Luya from the Suba House, for coming up with this particular petition, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Kajwang? What is, Senator Kajwang, what's your point of order?
It's a point of information to Senator Khalwale
Senator Haulole, do you wish to be informed?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the good senator has talked about the roots of the Abasuba, and I think I'm a proud Abasuba, but I just wanted to tell Senator Kalwale that there is the river and the source. The source of the Abasuba could not have been the Abaluya. The source of the Abaluya could have been the Abasuba. So he needs to distinguish the river and the source. But to inform Senator Kalwale, the Abasuba who live on Fangano Island and Rusinga Island and the areas called Kaksingri were people, members of the royal household of Baganda, who were purged when Kabaka Sema Kokiro led an uprising that led to the death of Kabaka Junju. And they cut off his testicles. And as a result, they were flushed out of the Kabaka kingdom. And they came to the islands. So we, the Abasuba, are part of the royal household of the Baganda kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I challenge the good senator to a DNA test at the community level. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the senator and the petitioners because they have now acknowledged the new thing in town. Madam Speaker, the new thing in town is the bottom-up policy of developing Kenya. And this is classical bottom-up. We want you to embrace it at the economic level and also embrace it politically. Politically, because some of the things I see happening on the other side in the minority, it is because of lack of democracy in the political thinking of that area, where you have pinned your thinking around a prominent personality. If it was not the case, my good brother-in-law Omugeni here would not have been trending the way he was trending last week when
Senator Obekina.
Madam Speaker, your chair has reiterated on the importance of relevance while contributing to the debate of this House. Is the majority whip in order to deviate from discussing a very important matter that deals with the transportation of Kenyans who are being denied that service, to now discussing the contact of a party leader and suggesting that there is lack of democracy in this world, in this side of the aisle? Madam Speaker, I wish that you would find him completely out of order and you direct him to either withdraw and apologize or to substantiate the allegation that he's making. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Boni, do you have a response to that?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I think the good senator of Narok, if you had seen the nexus, I started by saying the importance in the economy of the people who are served by the ferry. Surely, those ferries are going to carry people to work. They are going to carry people to social functions. They are going to carry goods and services. And Madam Speaker, that improves the economy of the people. So how I have now veered away from the motion, I do not see. But if it pleases you that I have mentioned a party leader, please recall that on Hansard, I have not mentioned the party of any particular political party or any coalition or any particular leader. I spoke as a standard of language. Bear with me, Senator Ledema. And for this reason, I support this very important motion and hope that it will be processed quickly through the committee. And as the chief whip in this House, I want to guarantee the people of Abasuba that I'll help in mobilizing members of parliament so that this motion can move quickly. And I want to, a petition, I want to ask members of the National Assembly to expedite in ensuring that Alice Wahome becomes the substantive cabinet secretary so that this can be referred to her ministry for action and eventual unlocking by His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto.
Thank you, Senator Boni. Your point of order was noted, Senator Olekina. Just allow the debate, the robustness of the debate, unless it has completely veered off, allow the wider perspective. I will ask Senator Sifuna to contribute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this particular petition. I happen to have been privileged to visit the islands that my brother Senator Kajwang has spoken about on multiple occasions. I think the first time I was there, Madam Speaker, I was accompanied by Hilary Sigei, the senator from Bomet, and they can bear me witness that, Madam Speaker, this is one of the most beautiful places you can ever visit in this particular country of ours. And in fact, I have had a discussion with the Nairobi delegation, my sister Tabitha and my sister Karen, that when we retreat to discuss matters of Nairobi, we will go to these beautiful islands, Madam Speaker. It is the only place in this country where you can see the sun setting on water. And those of us who are hopeless romantics, I can see the language can't relate, but those of us who are hopeless romantics, Madam Speaker, we know the value of a sunset in the eyes of a lass when you are advancing your case. I have had the occasion, Madam Speaker, to also notice that in fact there are very few places I have seen on Lake Victoria that have white sandy beaches and palm trees. I think I have only seen one on the other side of Uganda in Entebbe and this Takawiri Island. Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate and inequitable, as the Senator for Makueni has alluded to, that we have only ferry services on one side of a country. Many of us here will bear witness that, in fact, if it is not the ferry connecting Mombasa to Kwale County, in fact, the tourism business and industry in Kwale would not be thriving the way that it is. It is a lifeline, Madam Speaker, and we are praying that the same consideration that is given to the Likoni Channel is given to these particular islands, Madam Speaker. I have friends there in Kakimba village, which my brother here knows very well. Madam Speaker, some of them may be beneficiaries of the car loan from this particular house or the other house down there. But Madam Speaker, do you know you cannot transport your car so that your villagers can see that now the God that William Ruto, the president, worships has also seen you, and he has given you a motor vehicle of a standing of a senator or a member of parliament, because there is simply no way for you to get that vehicle to your village. So we want to stand with the people of the islands. It's the most beautiful place, and Madam Speaker, the way my senior Boni Khalwale has alluded to, in fact, those of us who come from that side of the country feel that sometimes there are some government services that are not applicable or available for us. We have not felt the weight of the tourism ministry in Western Kenya. There are beautiful places there that are never marketed by this tourism board that I hear about. The people of Mount Elgon, they have caves and elephants there, but we don't see the same level of marketing that we see in other places where we have tourism activities. If the people of the islands were allowed, or this petition were allowed to succeed, I personally have seen the sort of difference that it would make, because if you are left at the hands of private operators of these ferries, Madam Speaker, then they are exposed to the ravages of the economy, and these people are free to set the prices of these goods, and yet they are an essential good that is actually a lifeline to the people of these islands. So I want to just assure my friend, the Senator for Homa Bay, that he has a friend in the Senate of Nairobi and the entire delegation of Nairobi, because I want Tabitha Mutinda, the Senator, not to leave this house without having seen the sunset on Lake Victoria from Governor's Camp on Mfangano Island. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, since this is a petition, the observations and comments should be brief. We have only 10 minutes, maybe even 8 now. So I'll request all the senators to take at least 2 minutes, and we'll have about maybe five senators so that we close this matter. Senator Ledama Olekina.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'll go straight to the importance of ferry services. I rise to support this petition by the good senator from Homa Bay. Madam Speaker, when we're in this House, we try to make sure that we support each county to be able to generate on-source revenue so that they can be able to deliver services better to their people. Ordinarily, when petitions are brought to this House, the end results or the outcome of a petition is for the committee to carry out an investigation, give the report back to the petitioner so that they can follow through. I would like to beseech the Committee on Transport to move further, to call the Maritime Authority, to be able to discuss with them. Also include the people of Homa Bay, the county government of Homa Bay, so that they can be able to get details on the importance of these islands. Because we are talking about the blue economy, but seldom do we now move forward. So I hope that when we are discussing this petition or investigating this petition, we can move forward and pronounce ourselves as the Senate. And I would like to beseech the chairperson of the Transport Committee to be able to go and introduce a motion so that we can see something, an outcome coming out that will be tangible. Because ordinarily we'll carry out petitions, we'll call people here, we'll grill them, but what is the outcome? How are people going to be able, what are take-homes? Take-home, Madam Speaker, should be that even if it is through a private partnership project, just like we have this expressway going on now, that can also be able to help the people of Homa Bay. So, Madam Speaker, I support and I call upon the Committee on Transport to seriously consider moving a motion for this Senate to pronounce itself on what needs to happen to build that blue economy. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Madzayo Stewart. Senator for Kilifi.
Asante, Bispika. Bispika, cha kwanza ni kwamba nataka kuwashukuru sana. Cha kwanza, si cha pili. Kwanza nataka kushukuru wale ambao wameleta hii ardhi hali wakiongozwa na Daniel Rakoko juu ya watu wa Homa Bay vile wanavyoishi katika hali ya hivi visiwa. Bispika, tunaelewa kwamba visiwa watu wanavyoishi ni hali gumu ya usafiri. Ni kwamba watu hawezi kutoka nyumbani akiwa na mizigo, akiwa na nguo, akiwa anaenda skuli ama anaenda popote anapokuwa na haja napo kuingia kwa maji na kuweza kuogelea akiwa na nguo. Hawa ni watu ambao wanahitaji usafiri wa kikamilifu kama wa Kenya. Vile ambavyo Kenya Ferry Services zinaweza kutoa huduma kama hizo kwa watu wa Mombasa na pande zingine zote. Bispika, tunaona kwamba mara nyingi katika visiwa pia huwa kuna wakulima, kuna wafanya biashara mbalimbali, kuna wavuvi, lakini kwa muhimu sana ukiangalia kwa upande wa wavuvi na pengine wale ambao wanafanya mambo ya ukulima, utaona ya kwamba Bispika wanahitaji kwenda katika markiti ili kuuza vitu vyao, na hii hali pia inakuwa ngumu. Kwa hiyo tunaona kama ikiwa hali hii itaendelea kuumiza watu wanaoketi katika hizi islands ambazo ni kama Mfangamano, Rusinga na zingine. Kwa hiyo tunasema ya kwamba kama ikiwa Ferry Services inaweza kwa uharaka sana ikachukua hatua na ambavyo pesa zimeweza kuletwa, zimeshaweza kuwekwa, Bispika, tunasema ya kwamba kiwa pesa ziko na hizo ferry zinaweza kupatikana, ingekuwa vyema kama serikali yetu ikachukua hatua muafaka ya uharaka zaidi ili kuweza kupeleka hizo ferry kuweza kusaidia watu wanaoishi katika hivi visiwa. Bispika, naomba dakika moja tu nimalizie.
Senator, you have 20
Kwa kumalizia,
seconds.
Bispika, ningependa tu ya kwamba kuhimiza uharaka, kwa sababu kuna magonjwa, kuna wafanya biashara, kuna watu tofauti tofauti wanaohitaji mahitaji haya hizi ferry.
Kwa hiyo langu tu ni kusisitiza kwamba ingekuwa bora serikali ichukue hatua mwafaka ya haraka iwezekanavyo. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Matsayo. We'll now have Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of transportation between Mbita and Mfangano Island is not a new issue. Madam Speaker, the Governor, Her Excellency Wanga, raised this issue in the 10th Parliament, and the 12th Parliament in the National Assembly as a woman rep. Madam Speaker, when you see an issue has been raised and re-raised, it points out to the importance that I believe this issue should be given, the weight that this issue must be given. So I congratulate Mheshimiwa Kajwang for revisiting this issue. The point I wanted to make, Madam Speaker, is on the regulations of safety by Kenya Maritime Authority. Madam Speaker, as the Committee for Transport is looking at this issue to expedite it, to make sure that it happens as per this petition that is before this House, it is also an opportune time that the Delegated Legislation Committee, when we form it today, will take the opportunity also to look at the rules of safety so that we can make them viable and update them where we are, Madam Speaker, so that these ferries, as they continue to operate, they do not become a source of grief for all of us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. Now we will have Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will say just two things in support of that petition that has been presented by Senator Kajwang. One, I find it a very, very clever way of pushing forward the accountability agenda. Very, very clever, because what Senator Kajwang has done is that he has gone further with the petitioners to identify the funding that has been set aside for this project, including the voted. And with that, it will become very, very difficult for anyone to say that funds are not available for this project, because the question would be the funds that were allocated, the 300 million Kenya shillings, where has that money been diverted to? So it's a very, very clever way of doing accountability before the spending starts. Second example, Madam Speaker, is the importance of marine transportation in the whole issue of blue economy. It is true that, Madam Speaker, marine transportation is an integral part of the blue economy. Without transportation of human beings, it shall be difficult to extend services and deliver goods from one point to the other, especially on the lake transportation corridors. Madam Speaker, I sit in the Roads Committee, and I want to commit to my brother, and I know you also sit in that committee, that maybe there is a senator, I can't remember who said, it was Senator Sifuna, who said that Senator Mutinda must make sure that she visits the islands. Maybe this will be an opportunity for her to visit those islands, and I believe she will come back home safe. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seems to be personalized invitation to our senator there to visit the islands. Let's have Senator Mohamed Faki.
Asante Bispika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia ardhi hali ambayo imeletwa bungeni na Senator wa Homa Bay, Senator Otieno Kajwang. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala ambalo Mheshimiwa Kajwang amelizungumzia katika ardhi hali hiyo ni muhimu sana, kwa sababu usafiri wa majini ni njia moja kubwa ambayo inatumika hususan katika mji wa Mombasa, makaunti ya Mombasa, na vile vile pia mji wa Lamu, ambapo visiwa vingi viko kando kando, na usafiri ambao ni muhimu peke yake ni usafiri wa majini. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala la feri ni kwamba feri kutoka ianzishwe pale Mombasa haijakuwa kwa njia yoyote, Mheshimiwa Spika. Japokuwa vyombo zile feri zinazofanya kazi pale zimeongezeka, lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuja kuwa na upanuzi wowote wa biashara ile ama huduma ile ya feri katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Labda kina Kajwange wanaliangoa kwamba hawana feri, lakini hata sisi pia ile huduma ambayo inatolewa pale ni duni sana kulingana na vile serikali haijawekeza katika huduma ile. Mheshimiwa Spika, itakumbukwa kwamba Kenya Ferry iliundwa baada ya ajali ya feri ambayo ilitokea mwaka 1994 ambapo karibu watu 250 walipoteza maisha yao katika feri ya Mtongwe ambayo ilizama. Mheshimiwa Spika, baada ya muda huduma zikadorora kwa sababu hakuja kuwa na uwekezaji wa serikali, mpaka wananchi wapige kelele ndio kuongezwe feri. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili ni swala ambalo si la serikali kuu peke yake, lakini serikali za kaunti pia inatakana ziwekeze katika mfumo wa usafiri. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, katiba inasema kwamba feri na bandari ni jukumu la serikali za kaunti. Kwa hivyo iwapo zile fedha ambazo zinawekwa katika feri zitaweza kuregeshwa katika zile kaunti ambazo zina usafiri ama zina mahali ambapo wanaweza kuegesha vyombo, itasaidia pakubwa Mheshimiwa Spika kurahisisha usafiri. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lingine ambalo tumeona ni kwa Kenya Maritime Authority ambao ndio inatakana iangalie masuala haya.
Senator Faki, please wind up your comment, 10 seconds.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante. Kenya Maritime Authority, Mheshimiwa Spika, haijaweza kufanya jambo lolote kuhusiana na masuala haya. Ni Mombasa peke yake ndipo wameweza kukaa, na mpaka sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna mahali pengine popote ambapo wameweza kwenda wakafanya huduma kama hizo. Tukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo
Thank you, Senator Faki. We are now winding up this this petition, comments on the petition. We'll only allow Senator Chimera and Senator Beatrice to give a very brief comment, each of them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to support the petition by Honorable Moses Kajwang from Homa Bay County. This is a very, very crucial petition, noticing the fact that some of us also come from areas where we use the ferry on a daily basis. And we also have areas in Kwale County, specifically Funzi Island, Mkwiro and Wasini, where it is even risky to cross without this ferry. I believe this service will not only empower the people of Homa Bay, especially the hustlers there when they cross, but I wish to also urge the Committee on Transport to cast their net wider when they're investigating this whole situation, and include such areas that I've mentioned, Funzi, Wasini, and Mkwiro, that our people can be able to get access to transport services so that they can do their business in time, effectively, and efficiently. I therefore rise to support this petition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the petition by my senator. Madam Speaker, if you are at the shores of Lake Victoria, it only brings lots of misery to our people and everybody else that watches our people as they prepare to take their travel to Mfangano. Each morning, each day, as they travel across the lake, without the proper ferry services, as they leave, people are never sure of whether they'll reach their destination. Without the proper ferry services, Madam Speaker, our people travel in very undignified ways. If you look at the boats that they use, there's everything in that boat as people begin the journey. Madam Speaker, it not only touches on the safety of the people that use the lake, but it also touches on their dignity, because in those boats, there are cows, there are building materials, there's everything as they travel. So you can only imagine, Madam Speaker, when something goes wrong, what happens. I stand on my foot to support this petition. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, safety and mobility on water are very crucial, and pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, this petition should be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation, and Housing. And in terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading this prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Thank you.
Order number 5, papers.
Sometimes we just touch.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate. Today, 18th October 2022, being reports of the Auditor General for the year ended 30th of June 221 on the financial statements of the following. 1. Narok County Executive, Narok County Assembly, Narok County Assembly Loan and Mortgage Fund, Narok County Bursary Fund, Narok Water and Sewerage Services Company Limited, Baringo County Executive Mortgage Scheme Fund, Baringo County Assembly for Members Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Baringo County Assembly Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Baringo County Assembly Catering and Health Services Scheme Fund, Baringo County Older Persons and Persons Living with Disability Fund, Baringo County Lake Bogoria Community Grant, Baringo County Community Wildlife Conservation Fund, Baringo County Bursary and Scholarship Fund, Baringo County Emergency Fund, Kirandich Water Company, 16, Kirinyaga County Assembly Mortgage for Members Scheme Fund, and Kirinyaga County Car Loan for Members Fund, Kirinyaga County Facility Improvement Fund, Kirinyaga County Alcoholics Drink and Substance Abuse Control Fund, Kirinyaga County Health Sector Service Fund, Kirinyaga County Education Bursary Fund, Kirinyaga Water Sanitation Company Limited, Rukanga Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kisii County Veterinary Services Development Fund, Members Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme, Nyandarua County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme for members, Nyandarua County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme for the staff, Nyandarua County Assembly, Nyandarua County Civil Servants Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Nyandarua Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Nyandarua County Bursary Fund, Nyandarua County Emergency Fund, Olkalao Water and Sanitation Company Limited,
Senator
Kajiado County Executive.
What's your standing order? Your point of order.
Madam Speaker, did you just see what Senator Gloria did? She just crossed from there aside, passed through the place that the minority whip is sitting, and just walked straight to go and talk to Senator Aji.
Senator Gloria,
Madam Speaker.
Bow. Proceed on. Majority Whip, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm happy that you have forgiven Senator Gloria. Actually, if it comforts you, Gloria got confused by my melodious voice. That's why she forgot. Madam Speaker, number 34, Kajiado County Executive, Kajiado County Executive Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme, Kajiado County Assembly, Kajiado County Education Bursary Grants and Scholarship Fund, Kajiado County Emergency Fund, Kajiado County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, Kajiado County Youth and Women Enterprise Fund, and 14, Madam Speaker, Kajiado County Disability Mainstreaming Fund. I lay the papers, and Madam, with your permission, may I congratulate you for sitting in that chair. I don't know whether this is your first time. You might have sat there when I was out of the country, but if this is your first time, you truly look like a speaker, very authoritative, collected, and your future is bright in that chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the compliment, Senator. Honorable Senators, before we proceed to the next order, I have the following message to communicate. Message from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya on parliamentary approval of the nominee for the appointment as Inspector General of the National Police Service. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 47 of the Senate Standing Orders, I wish to convey a message from His Excellency the President. The message was delivered to the Office of the Speaker via a letter referenced OP/CAB.26/4A Volume 1/46, dated 29th September 2022, and received in the Office of the Speaker of the Senate on 18th October 2022 regarding parliamentary approval of the nominee for the appointment as Inspector General of the National Police Service. In the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Article 245(2)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya, I, William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, nominate Engineer Japheth Kome Nchembere for appointment as the Inspector General of Police of the National Service. Honorable Senators, Article 245(2)(a) provides that the Inspector General is appointed by the President with the approval of Parliament. Further, pursuant to Section 12(2) and 7 of the National Police Service Act, number 11 of 2011, states as follows: The President shall, within 14 days after a vacancy occurs in the office of the Inspector General, nominate a person for appointment as an Inspector General and submit the name of the nominee to Parliament. Section 12(7), Parliament shall, within 14 days, when it first meets after receiving the names of the nominees, A, consider the suitability of the nominee, B, either approve or reject the nominee for appointment, and C, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the decision of the Parliament. Honorable Senators, as was agreed and executed during the previous approvals for the position of the Inspector General of Police, and in order for Parliament to effectively conduct the vetting process, the following procedure shall apply. 1, that the vetting of the nominee for appointment as Inspector General of Police shall be conducted jointly by the committees of the two houses mandated to deal with matters of national security. The vetting process will therefore be conducted by the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations of the Senate, and the Departmental Committees on Administration and Internal Affairs of the National Assembly. 2, that the chairpersons of the two committees will co-chair the joint sittings and the Secretariat will comprise officers of the two houses. 3, that the quorum of the joint sittings will be the respective quorums of each of the subcommittees as stipulated by the respective standing orders. 4, that as contemplated under Rule 9(6) of the joint rules, unless a decision is reached by consensus, any vote to be taken in the joint sitting of the committees shall be by separate houses. This will ensure that the numerical difference of the individual members representing the houses in the joint sittings has no effect on the decisions of the joint sittings of the committee. And 5, that the committees shall, having conducted the vetting hearings, submit a joint report to the respective houses in the manner contemplated by the paragraph 7 of the Joint Rule 9. Honorable Senators, Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 states, unless otherwise provided in any law, a committee shall consider a nomination and table its report in the relevant house for debate and decision within 14 days from the date on which the notification of nomination was given in accordance with Section 5. 7. Section 9 of the Act further states, if after the expiry of the period for consideration specified in Section 8, Parliament has neither approved nor rejected a nomination of a candidate, the candidate shall be deemed to have been approved. In this regard, the period on the matter that is now before Parliament starts running upon the Speaker of the National Assembly committing the name of the nominee to the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. Honorable Senators, Standing Order 77(1) of the Senate Standing Orders provides that further section provides that as contemplated under provides that upon receipt of a notification of nomination for appointment to a public office required to be approved by the Senate under the Constitution of any other legislation, the nomination shall stand committed to the relevant standing committee for consideration. This message, therefore, together with the resume of the nominee, stands committed to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations of the Senate for vetting jointly with the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs of the National Assembly in accordance with the provision of the National Police Service Act, Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act, and the standing orders of the Houses of Parliament. I thank you. From Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, the Speaker of the Senate, I have read on his behalf. Thank you. We can proceed to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Majority Leader. Appointment of Joint Select Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appointment of a Joint Select Committee on election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly. That, Madam Speaker, acknowledging that the East African Legislative Assembly is established under Article 9 of the Treaty for the establishment of East African Community as one of the key organs and institutions of a community responsible for the community's legislative matters. Recognizing that Article 50 of the treaty provides for the election of members of EALA by respective partner states legislatures in accordance with their parliamentary procedure for a term of 5 years. Further aware that East African Legislative Assembly Election Act 2011 contemplates the conclusion of election of members of a new assembly to be within 90 days before the expiry of the term of the subsisting assembly. Noting that the term of the current East African Legislative Assembly will come to an end on the 17th of December 2022. Cognizant of the need to urgently conclude the election process for East African Legislative Assembly to commence transacting business of the East African Community. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 9 of the House of Parliament Joint Sittings Rule, the Senate resolves that 1. To establish a Joint Select Committee consisting of 7 members from each House of Parliament to undertake the functions contemplated under the East African Legislative Assembly elections of members of the Assembly Rules of 2017. 2. That the following members represent the Senate in the Joint Select Committee. 1. Senator Daniel Kitonga Manzo as a proposed co-chairperson. Senator Raphael Chimera. Senator Joyce Chepkoe Korir. Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman. Senator Chute Mohamed Said. Senator Joseph Githugu Kamau, Senator Beatrice Akinyi Oyomo, and 3, that the office of the clerks of the House of Parliament provides for secretariat services to the Joint Committee in accordance with the standing orders, and that the Joint Committee reports to the Houses of Parliament within the timeline stipulated in the East African Legislative Assembly election of the Members' Assembly Rules of 2017. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order number 7, statements.
Let me first invite Senator Wambua, who had an urgent statement on security issue, to issue that before we proceed with the rest of the statements.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for indulging me and giving me an opportunity to seek this statement on matters security. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the heightened insecurity situation in Mudha Ward of Kitui County. Madam Speaker, in the statement, the committee should, 1, appraise the Senate on the measures the national government has put in place to respond to the current insecurity situation affecting the residents of Mudha Ward in Kitui South constituency of Kitui County, perpetuated by gun-wielding bandits who have invaded parts of the ward, leaving in their wake death and destruction. Number 2, undertake a visit to the county to ascertain the level of response by the security operators at both county and national government, which has been wanting, and investigate the underlying reasons for the attacks. Number 3, state the reasons for the delay in response to the matter, noting that on Friday, 14th October this year, the bandits armed with crude weapons invaded the said Mudha ward of Kitui South constituency and hacked to death a man named Mutuku. Number 4, provide targeted interventions to resolve the matter, noting that this was the second attack by bandits in the space of 1 month, as another similar attack happened on 18th of September at Masiungwa area of Sikuru ward in Mwingi North constituency of Kitui County, in which 2 men, namely Musie Mindana and Mudhui Kamuti, were attacked with machetes by Kamo others who invaded their farms and are currently hospitalized at Mwingi Level 4 Hospital. And 5, clarify whether the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government has established additional police posts in the affected areas or deployed rapid deployment unit and National Police Reservists to complement security operators to ensure that Mudha ward, parts of Gomeni ward, that is in areas including Gasiloni, Mandongoi, and the Nyanzae, parts of Nguni ward, especially Susoma area, and parts of Sikuru ward in the area around Masiungwa, and parts of Endau Malalani ward are ensured of sustainable efforts to secure the residents and enforce lasting peace. Madam Speaker, if you just allow me 1 minute on this. As I speak, Madam Speaker, residents of Mudha ward are running away from their homes as I speak now, because they have been invaded and they are being attacked by bandits who are masquerading as camel farmers. Madam Speaker, camels in Kitui now have become an enemy of the people, and every time a resident of Kitui sees a camel, they see death. Because the minute you try to drive away a camel from your farm, you are attacked by the herders and probably killed. Madam Speaker, I wish the Security Committee would take this matter very, very seriously, and we ensure lasting solution to this menace. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, and that's why I'm going to conclude there. Yesterday, when the cabinet nominee for defense was being vetted, he went on record that he has 250 camels, all grazing in parts of Kitui. Madam Speaker, this is a matter that must come to an end. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of information? Delegate, Senator? Okay. I will allow 2 comments on that statement, and then we'll move to the rest of the statements. Only 2 comments. There are very many statements on the order paper today. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the mic. Madam Speaker, as much as we appreciate the honorable senators from Kitui statement, one thing I want to tell the House is that this time there's a terrible drought, there's famine, and those camels belong to Kenyans. And we appreciate for those animals to at least be taken care of by our brothers and sisters in Kitui. Madam Speaker, one thing you should know is that these are resources for Kenyans. If you say get oil in Wajir, we will not discriminate whether one comes from Kitui, whether one comes from Wajir. Equally, those animals, I think, have some right to graze in those places with all, with at least due consideration. We will tell I'm requesting the Kitui Senator, Mheshimiwa Mutua, to be lenient and consider the situation. Today, those animals are actually faced with death. The owners actually are faced with famine, and they need to keep the animals alive. And therefore, we will appreciate the generosity of Kitui people and we can bear it large. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kenywa, comment.
Asante sana Speaker kunipa fursa hii. Mambo ya usalama, Bwana Speaker, na ufugaji umekuwa ikiandamana, na ni vizuri julikane wazi kazi kuu ya serikali ni kulinda maisha na mali ya wananchi. Bwana Speaker, ni jambo ambalo limekuwa likifanyika Laikipia. Wafugaji wanakuja, wanachunga katika mashamba ya watu, anakuambia kwamba yeye anachunga nyasi na hachungi mchanga. Ati mchanga ndio wako, lakini mimea iliyoko ni ya wanyama. Speaker, ni vizuri ijulikane wazi ya kwamba mashamba yana wenyewe. Na yule ambaye ni mfugaji, hakuna mtu ambaye anasema hapaswi kuwa na mifugo yake. Lakini mifugo ambayo unapaswa uweke mifugo ambayo idadi yake unaweza ukaweka kwa shamba lako, kwa sababu yule mkulima ambaye ameweka mimea yake ana haki vile vile ya kuweka mimea yake, kwa sababu anategemea mimea ile. Na wewe ambaye unategemea mifugo yako uiweke kwa shamba ambalo itatoshea mifugo ambayo umeiweka. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri tuheshimiane. Mkulima na mimea yake heshimiwe, mfugaji na mifugo yake aheshimiwe. Kenya ni yetu yote na tuishi kwa kitu kimoja. Kwa hivyo kama ni mimea yako, kama ni kupanda, huendi ukapanda kwa shamba ya yule ambaye ameweka mifugo yake. Kwa hivyo Speaker, ni vizuri, nataka kuunga mkono taarifa iliyoletwa na Senator Wambua ya kwamba wale ngamia wachungwe kwa shamba lao, na wale wafugaji waweze kupewa haki yao kikatiba na kisheria kuwa wanaishi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asante Speaker.
Senators, this being an important matter, I hereby commit this to the standing committee I had made a ruling that only 2 people would contribute to that statement. We have very many statements today, senators, unless if we don't want to receive some of them. Okay, that is noted. That is noted. Yes, I'll give you a chance, but you wait until I finish what I am reading out. We are committing this matter to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations to issue a statement on the insecurity situation in Mutha Ward, Kitui County. What is your point of order? Okay, let's hear you.
Speaker, katika mjadala ambao unaletwa ndani ya bunge, Speaker, singependelea kuweza kueleza vile ambavyo unatakana ufanye. Najua kazi yako unaifanya kisawasawa, lakini haki na utendaji wa kazi ni lazima viende pamoja. Upande huu wana haki pia ya kuchangia kama mswada umeletwa. Nimeona, ninashangaa sasa kuona ya kwamba unaelekeza upande mmoja wanaongea, alafu upande huu mwingine haupewi nafasi ya kuongea. Sitaki kukosea ama kukukosoa katika uamuzi wako uliofanya, lakini nafikiria kwa wakati mwingine tukipata nafasi kama hiyo, ingekuwa bora upeane nafasi kwa upande huu, uwasikize pia, na hawa pia uweze kuwasikiza kisawasawa, sio kulalia upande mmoja na upande mwingine ukoacha hivi hivi. Asante Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Cherargei?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I noted, and I think Senate Minority Leader should also be fair since he's a lawyer. During the last contribution on the petition, you gave two people, if I remember, from the side of minority, and we never complained. So the issue of saying there is discrimination in terms of people who can speak on a motion or a statement or on a bill is a bit unfair. And for heaven's sake, Madam Speaker, this is your maiden presiding of the House. So give it, so at least be fair. And you are doing very well, extremely well. And for the purposes of record, the statement came from the minority side. They should be gracious enough when it comes to, and we supported them.
We are actually supporting this.
I will exercise my discretion. I want to assure both sides of the House that the Speaker is allowing everybody to contribute to the motion. That statement came from the minority side, but to assure that assurance, to give that assurance further, I will still give somebody to comment on that statement. We could have one person comment on that statement. We've committed. So we move on. Okay, thank you. I stand guided. You are assured of the Speaker's neutrality in allowing everyone to contribute. So we'll go back to the order paper. And I also want to comment on, I want to comment on Senator Cherargei's, what you noted. I actually did not give them two. I gave them a little more than what was given to the majority side. So stand assured that you are in safe hands. Let's move to the next item. The next statement, pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, we will get the statement from Senator Abdul Haji concerning the plan by Safaricom PLC to block unregistered SIM cards by 15th October 2022.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of inter-county importance and general topic concern, namely concerns over the plan by Safaricom PLC to block SIM cards that will not have been re-registered by Sunday, 15th October 2022. Madam Speaker, there are millions of Kenyans in need of humanitarian aid, especially in the northern counties and other arid and semi-arid lands, areas of Kenya where the populace is faced by the debilitating effects of severe drought. It is appreciated that many non-governmental organizations have stepped in to offer the much-needed support during this time. These humanitarian organizations reached at least 598,100 people in the Asal region with life-saving and life-sustaining assistance between October 2021 and May 2022, including 534,000 in 2022 alone. Madam Speaker, this support aimed at mitigating the effects of drought includes water tracking, provision of human and animal feeds to protect livelihoods, health services, and most importantly, cash transfers to thousands of beneficiaries across the more than 20 drought-stricken counties. Needless to say, these cash transfers run into billions of shillings. Madam Speaker, I'm not in contention of the fact that SIM cards must be registered to prevent crime, fraud, and other malpractices, and I'm also aware that the need to re-register the SIM cards is a compliance requirement in accordance with the Kenya Information and Communication Act. However, Safaricom needs to take cognizance of the special circumstances of most of the people in the ASL areas. All of these cash transfer beneficiaries, mostly pastoralists, receive this support through M-Pesa, and they live far from places where they can promptly update their registration details. Further, not only is the network hard to access in these areas, it is also quite erratic. Illiteracy is another confounding problem. Madam Speaker, it is my opinion that disconnecting these beneficiaries in the midst of humanitarian crisis that has been brought about by the drought situation amounts to a violation of their rights. I would therefore like to appeal to this Senate to prevail upon Safaricom and other telecommunication service providers to defer their deadline and to also consider having mobile registration centers to these pastoralist and ASL areas in order to ensure compliance, so that humanitarian aid is not disrupted by the action of disconnecting these customers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes. What is your point of order, Senator Aaron?
Madam Speaker, just to confirm, I'm not certain about this, but I thought I saw a communication from the Communications Authority that they have extended the deadline for this registration by a further 60 days. Perhaps Senator Abdul could actually guide us, or with your guidance, if this has been done, then we may not need to dwell too much on this. I don't know, but I need your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Before we respond to that, I will request clerk to come. I will give two people to comment, two senators. Okay, then let me give 4 people. It's an issue of serious interest. 2 on this side and 2 senators on the minority side, and the majority side, 2 senators. So, Senator Osotsi.
Madam Speaker, this issue is of huge concern. CA may have been justified in trying to get the SIM details of all the subscribers. But the process undertaken by Safaricom in trying to get this data, Madam Speaker, is unlawful. I want to say this, Madam Speaker, because in the National Assembly, we passed a law called the Data Protection Act. And we established an office called the Data Commissioner's Office, who later came up with the regulations. Madam Speaker, I want to say that Safaricom has violated the internationally recognized data protection principles, which require that when you pick data from a data subject, you must get a proper consent before you pick that data. Madam Speaker, whereas I appreciate that Safaricom came up with an online form and even sent messages to subscribers with a link, that link was not functional. And hence, most subscribers went to their outlets, they gave their information, their ID details, without filling any form at all. And this is against the law, this is against the regulation, and this is against the international best practice on data protection. So, Mr. Speaker, they say data is the modern oil. Data is expensive. We have allowed our citizens to give their private national registration data to a private company, and we don't know what this data is going to do. There was no consent at all. because the consent is supposed to state the usage of that data clearly. That was not done. So, Madam Speaker, on that basis, I want to say that in the process of collecting this data, Safaricom has violated the data protection law, and I'm sure IT experts who are in this room will agree with me that this process was unlawful, regardless of the fact that it is necessary to get this data for other purposes like security. But they needed to state that purpose, because today, if you allow a private company to get data, that is one way of promoting state capture. You do not know what that data will be used for. So on that basis, I think the particular committee that is going to deal with this, and I know is the ICT committee, they need to look at the issues of violation of the law, particularly the data protection law, and the data commissioner must be invited. The CA must be invited to explain to the committee why they oversaw violation of the data protection principles and the law and the regulation. That is the most important thing, regardless of the fact that Safaricom has extended the period. Yesterday, they disconnected my line. I went to Safaricom and I asked them, is there any form I need to fill? They told me there is no form. They just picked my ID, scanned it, and reverted back my line. That is a thing that should not happen in this country, especially when you are dealing with a private company and you are giving your national registration data to a private company. So, Mr. Speaker, I think in committing this matter to the committee, a committee must also be directed to look into the illegalities committed by the subscribers, Safaricom, of course, included.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker.
Senators, please take 2 minutes only to contribute. Thank you, Senator Osotsi. Senator Gloria, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me inform the House and the general public that there is no such thing as re-registration of SIM cards. It does not exist in any Communication Act, and no one should come out here and tell us about re-registration. If you look at the Communication Act of 2015 and SIM registration, they are only talking about registration of any SIM card holder, meaning at the point at which you are actually purchasing the SIM card, you registered. You will check that the guidelines that have been put there in our Communication Act is that you will provide information, full names, your ID, your alien card or your service card or your passport, date of birth, things like gender. And this information is actually classified as sensitive information. Sensitive information under the Communication Act actually it is guided on how data processors or data handlers should deal with it. Sensitive information is any information that puts out your sexual orientation, your gender, your genetic background, and things like that. So whatever this SIM registration process that they're doing, and they're calling it re-registration, which in itself is an illegal act. It is only registration, meaning if you actually at any one point, which myself I did, gave my ID, my names, and the details to procure a SIM card, nobody should come back to you and tell you we are re-registering, because nothing like that exists. When you check the process of what they are calling re-registration, they are asking for additional information. And they have not sensitized the public, and when I say they, the service providers, Safaricom and Airtel, have not sensitized the public on why they need this additional information. For instance, you are asked for your photographs. They are asking that you have to take a photo. At one point when we were going to Safaricom, you have to take your photo and give it in.
What's your point of order, Senator Cherotege?
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order, standing order number 52, while appreciating the fact that Senator Haji has brought a very serious issue under standing order 52. Madam Speaker, and some of us on Sunday, when I was supposed to pray, and I think my prayers were affected, the Safaricom decided to switch off my line. Looking at standing order 52.1, 52.3 on general statements, 3, the Speaker may, where appropriate, refer a statement made under paragraph 1 to the relevant committee for consideration. And therefore, Madam Speaker, looking that this matter is serious, and I know almost each and every member has an issue with it, I would request that now that the ICT committee has been formally formed, and looking at what Senate Majority Leader has just said, that is a communication from Commission Authority of Kenya on the extension period, so that some of these issues that senators are raising, Senator Gloria, Senator Utsotsi, can be looked at. Madam Speaker, I request your indulgence that this matter be referred, because it was a general statement, and therefore there is no obligation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Chirarigai, while that is a very good contribution, I doubt if it's a point of order. I don't think it's a point of order. So I will allow Senator Gloria to wind up in 10 seconds, then we go to the third person.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll wind up by saying that, first of all, the process of re-registration does not exist. It is not in the legal framework. It is nowhere in the Communication Act 2015 and any other Communication Act. And actually, Madam Speaker, just to sensitize the House on what is happening is that there is a lot of data mining. I was talking about photographs. Nowadays, when you're tracking a person, you can actually get that Madam Speaker, Veronica Maina is seated there, and by additional information such as photographs, I can see all the people who are holding phones and how they look like, and it actually gives away information that should be protected, and it infringes on the privacy. On the issue of the data protection, which I know we will discuss on a later time, but Safaricom and Airtel, together with Communication Authority, because it is the authority that's supposed to guide them, they are actually infringing on the rights of people, and they should be stopped. And this re-registration, which is an illegal act, should actually be halted, and the service providers should be brought to book, because they have already breached on our privacy, and they should come and...
Thank you, Senator Gloria. Thank you. Senator Olekina.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. One of the things that I've noted is that I think we are being partial in prosecuting this matter. This is a matter that cuts across all the telecommunication providers. Safaricom, Airtel, I think the other one is Telcom, and any other one which are hidden. So I think we should be impartial. And it is important, because when we keep on prosecuting one company, we are actually being very unfair to them. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the second very important thing that I want to note here is that we have the Communication Authority, and I'm aware that they have extended the period of registration of SIM cards. What the committee ought to further investigate is, why is it that we now have a problem of pre-registration? Madam Speaker, when we were considering, I think, the Data Protection Act, it is one... Okay, can I just... Madam Speaker, if the distinguished senator is communicating to you, I'll be more than happy to be informed. But it all... if you... Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so that I can be able not to interfere...
Did you want to inform?
But
okay.
Can I finish
Do you want
prosecuting?
to be informed?
Yes, why not? But I've never had you...
Very quickly.
I'd like to inform Senator Ledama that we are referencing Safaricom and Airtel, because when you look at the list of registered processors of data and controllers of data, it is limited to those that are in the list. And those who are switching off the lines, it is limited to Safaricom and Airtel. And that is the reason why I reference those two. It has nothing to do with victimization. Just look at the list.
Madam Speaker, I'm very much aware of that. That was not really information, but it's okay, because the distinguished senator is among the senators who contributed on this matter. And having spoken after her, I was not referring directly to her sentiments. Madam Speaker, to conclude this matter, this is a matter which is provided for under Article 31C and D of the Constitution of Kenya. one of the things that the committee ought to relook is whether what we are discussing now form part of what was considered by the judiciary as unconstitutional in the Data Protection Act. So, Madam Speaker, I support this statement from the distinguished Senator Yusuf Haji, but I would also want to seek that the committee that is investigating this matter to be impartial when they are calling the witnesses, so that we need to ask ourselves tough questions. Are we in this parliament also responsible for these problems? Because the Communication Authority is acting under instructions from this parliament. So, Madam Speaker, the law is quite clear. The law requires that that information be protected. So if the telecommunication companies are violating the law, we should be made very clear. But this business of targeting one multinational corporation or one company, we should really stop away from that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Olekina. I will request Senator Chiralege now to give his quick contribution, and then we close this matter. He spoke on a point of order which I overruled. He spoke on a point of order which I overruled.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think I'm on contribution.
Just allow him to speak. I have given him the chance.
On this matter. And I would have expected the minority leader to be apt with what is happening on the House. Madam Speaker, 2 quick points. One, like any other Kenyans, unfortunately on Sunday, before going to pray, via FM, Mr. Speaker, when most of us do morning glory prayers, because it's a prayerful nation, the Safaricom, Madam Speaker, decided, Madam Speaker, to switch off many SIM cards, including a number of hustlers, including myself, Madam Speaker. And therefore I agree that we need Data Commissioner to come here, the Communication Authority of Kenya, because as my colleagues have said, the issue of data is very critical, Madam Speaker. And it is very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, and I agree that this matter is alive, even going to the future. So I hope, Madam Speaker, the Committee of ICT should come out strongly and ensure that this matter is put to rest. Lastly, Madam Speaker, is that in as much as, and I've had the nominee, I think the nominee of Interior, our former colleague, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, has indicated that some of this information that are being collected is for the interest and protection of the country and national security. While we appreciate, Madam Speaker, it is important also that we do it within the law, because we know that is where everybody wants to sell data. You are under threat, as somebody has said, wherever you are, Madam Speaker, and therefore I call upon that the Committee of ICT must cease of this matter, report back to the House so that Kenyans can be comfortable, Madam Speaker. A number of Kenyans, including saloonists, I saw in the news, that day they did not get clients. A number of even other clients that operate in mundane hours, Madam Speaker, were not able to be accessible, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this matter should be handled carefully and with conclusion upon the direction as I had requested, understanding order 52.3, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is an important matter that is affecting all Kenyans and is affecting the communication that is being undertaken in the Republic of Kenya, and the mood of the House is that it should be committed to the Committee of ICT. So under Order 52.3 of the standing orders, we hereby commit this matter to the Committee of ICT to bring back a report to this House. Next statement, Senator Christo Asige.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I even start, I'd like to just say how proud and privileged I am to be standing in front of a Madam Speaker today. You sitting in that chair is not a small thing, and I feel very inspired to be in your presence today, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
I rise on Understanding Order 52.1 to make a statement about the just concluded World Sight Day, which was on the 13th of October, 2022. Madam Speaker, everyone in the blind and visually impaired community knows that October is a very important month because it is Blindness Awareness Month. The world over, people this year have been going and celebrating and creating sensitization activities around loving your eyes, which is this year's hashtag for Blindness Awareness Month. Madam Speaker, WHO estimates that there are 2.2 billion people around the world who suffer from some kind of visual impairment, and 1 billion of those live in LMICs, Kenya being one of them. Of those 2.2 billion as well, Madam Speaker, 1 billion are preventable issues, meaning that if they were addressed earlier enough, then they could have been prevented or reversed. Visual impairment and blindness, Madam Speaker, is important for me to bring to the House this afternoon because it affects several spheres of one's life. It affects education, employment, social activities, and integration in the community. Madam Speaker, I'd like to, at this juncture, instead of reading out this full statement because of time, tell you about a personal story of mine. The reason I'm so passionate about eye care is because I wasn't born with a disability, Madam Speaker. I was born with my full sight. And I started to notice my eyesight declining when I was 14 or 15 years old in high school. This means that I acquired my disability. And it's reasons like this, reasons of affordability, reasons of lack of awareness and sensitization, reasons like lack of prioritizing by government and Ministry of Health on eye care and the importance of eye care is why I, unfortunately, began to lose my eyesight, and I did not catch it at an early enough stage. Madam Speaker, it affected my entire life, absolutely turned upside down, and there are millions of people in Kenya, approximately 8 million people in Kenya, that right now, as we speak, need quality eye care. That's 15.5% of our population. And unfortunately, this is compounded with the fact that there are lack of ophthalmologists around the country. 58% of them are in this county of Nairobi, which means that the other counties, 46, are missing quality eye care with specialized doctors across board for ophthalmology. Madam Speaker, I'd like to just give a few tips to my colleagues and Kenyans who are listening to this on the importance of not ignoring symptoms when it comes to eye care. For example, dry eyes, headaches which are persisting. Do not ignore trends within your family of eye care, needing glasses in your family. Do not ignore sensitization efforts. Like right now, there is free eye screenings around the country going on through the month of October. One, I'm happy to report, happened right here in Senate with some of my friends and partners from the Ophthalmology Society of Kenya and as well from City Eye Clinic, as well as Kenya Society for the Blind, amongst other in the consortium. I'm happy to say that the Senate now has joined 20 other parliaments around the world in promoting and prioritizing eye screenings right there on their grounds, which I'm very, very proud of. I would have liked to have made this statement last week on the day itself, on Thursday the 13th, but it's never too late to take care of your eyes, Madam Speaker. I encourage everyone in here, please, fellow senators, in your committees, especially committee chairs and vice chairs, if you see some senators who are struggling with their eyesight, give them a bit of reasonable accommodation and make sure that everyone is accommodated throughout their term so that everyone can serve in the best way possible. You don't want somebody to feel like they're being left out because documentation, trips, meetings are not made accessible for them if they are struggling with their eyesight. And continue, like me, to talk about this importance of loving your eyes. That's the hashtag this year, love your eyes. Please love your eyes, love your family's eyes, your children's eyes, enough to get them checked at least once a year, and not just at an optician, Madam Speaker, ophthalmologists, because not every single problem is solved by glasses, including my own. I have glaucoma, Madam Speaker, but glaucoma does not have me. And I'd like to end on that note and say, with your guidance, Madam Speaker, if this issue can be put forward to the relevant committee of health to look into the fourth phase of the strategic plan by the Ministry of Health and what they are planning to do for us in terms of quality eye care across the country. Thank you very much.
you very much, Senator Asige. That is very well spoken and very well presented. We are proud of you as Senate. Remember, your name is VIP. Asante sana. I will allow a few comments, just maybe one from this side and one from this side. One. Senator Okech Eddie Ishero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make just a quick statement in appreciation of what Senator Crystal has just talked about. And Madam Speaker, one of the most ignored chapters of our Constitution is Chapter 4, that the framers of the Constitution spent so much time thinking and rethinking the idea of Bill of Rights. And if you look at Article 19 of our Constitution, the Bill of Rights is seen as an integral part of a democratic Kenyan state, to the extent that it should form the framework of, for socio-economic and cultural policies that we make. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that this is one of those socio-economic, cultural policies that places like Ministry of Health should look at. And if you further look at the purposes for which the framers of our Constitution wanted to recognize and protect human rights and fundamental freedoms, which I believe that if today you are to be asked, would you rather lose your memory, Madam Speaker, or lose your eyesight? I think that eyesight is one of the fundamental freedoms that somebody would not want to lose. And essentially, Madam Speaker, the preserves of the idea around fundamental freedoms were established so that Kenyans can have dignities. And this dignity would only help people as a matter of social justice and would only help Kenyans to realize their full potential. There is nothing that impairs somebody from realizing their full potential as losing their eyesight. So I find this statement very critical, anchored within the idea of fundamental rights and fundamental freedoms of Kenyans, to the extent that, Madam Speaker, if I beseech you to have this committed very strongly and focused on with a relevant committee, that is the Committee of Health, to look deeply how we can help Kenyans not lose their eyesight to avoidable problems like what Senator Asige has talked about. So thank you so much, Senator, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Senator Robert?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Disability of any form is a reality that can really find you in the most unexpected way. As the Senator shared, the issues of eyesight being a very critical issue that needs to be shared. Sometimes, as you have your entire well-being, intact, you tend to take a lot of things for granted. But the line between becoming, visually impaired or other form of disability is very thin. You can be very normal today, and tomorrow you find yourself not being able to walk or not being able to see. And as such, I stand to support the fact that maybe in all the county and sub-county referral hospitals, there is need for us to have a vibrant eye care center to be able to attend to that among the other issues that need to be attended to, as this is true, clear, present possibility that can happen to anybody. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Sige, you have something?
Oh, thank you so much. I just had a thought that I hadn't shared, Madam Speaker, if you would indulge me just for 10 seconds. I would also like to challenge senators in their counties to please organize constituents to get their eyes tested, especially young people. Like I said, I only got this condition when I was a teenager, and when you catch it as a teenager, you're more likely to at least help that young person and realize better eye care in the rest of their life. So I would challenge or invite rather other senators in their constituencies to at least pay for or organize screenings amongst especially the youth, primary and secondary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next statement, Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations and wish you well. A request for statement on suspension by the Kenya Bureau of Standards caps on sales of edible oil products. Madam Speaker, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the recall and suspension of sales by the Kenya Bureau of Standards of several edible oil products from various manufacturers in Kenya. In the statement, Madam Speaker, the committee should, 1, outline the process of standardization of products, specifically edible oil products, with reference to the standards specifications required to be met in all fortified oil and fats, considering these are sensitive products consumed by many Kenyans and public. Madam Speaker, explain the reasons for the recall order by Kenya Bureau of Standards on edible oil products from several manufacturers, over 10 brands that were already on shopping shelves, supermarkets, kiosks, and others, explaining the extent in which each of the products breached the standards, at what stage they were discovered to be substandard. What's your point of order? Number 3.
Senator Ledama.
Madam Speaker, I know some of us are quite new here, but the distinguished senator who just walked out, Senator Metho, walked across the bar to come on this side. So I think because we are all learning, it should be reminded to all new senators that they have to walk all the way there, bow, and then come here. I think it's just a point of information, because I know it's brand new.
Thank you, Senator Ledama. All new senators, can we take note of that, please? Thank you. Continue, Senator.
My apologies, I thought the point of order was with me. Madam Speaker, let me take to that one. Explain the reasons for the recall order by KEBS on edible oil products from several manufacturers, over 10 brands that were already on shopping shelves, supermarkets, kiosks, explaining the extent to which each of the products breached the standards and at what stage were they discovered to be substandard, Madam Speaker, and they're already on the shelves. Number 3, state whether there are plans to compensate retailers, supermarkets, shop dealers, and customers after affected by the recall and suspension of the oil products, Madam Speaker. And finally, Madam Speaker, state the measures, if any, that Kenya Bureau of Standards has put in place to facilitate the protection of consumers through Confederation of Protection of Consumers and Competition Authority of Kenya from potentially and safe products, specifically, Madam Speaker, on the oil, edible oil products and other products consumable, and to safeguard the economic interest of manufacturers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next statement by Senator Alexander Mundigi.
Senator Mundigi, Embu County DP, Kenya Kwanza. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I arise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to check a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the incessant conflicts between Bere and Ameru communities in Siakago constituency, Embu County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain measures that have been put in place to address the ongoing conflict resulting from allegations of theft of Mera between the Mbere and Ameru communities in Siakago constituency, Embu County. 2, give reasons for the rise in cases of insecurity in the constituency, stating reasons for the reluctance by security agents in the area to embrace the policy on community policing, those causing serious disharmony between the two communities, and 3, recommend intervention to alleviate the ongoing conflict. Madam Speaker, I arise pursuant to a Standing Order 53(1) to check a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding an arsonist attack which left 7 members of the family dead in Gemare, Ferry, Gesese, Sublocation, Runyenjes constituency, Embu County. In the statement, the committee should apprise the Senate on the status of investigations into the incident.
There is a point of order by Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Senator for Embu, I think he has proceeded to seek a second statement. I don't know whether that was supposed to happen, or he has to seek the permission of the chair to seek a second statement.
The second statement is actually listed, so it is okay for him to read it. Continue, Senator.
There's a reason why I raised that issue, because I have a personal issue that I need to attend to, and I had asked to be allowed to make my statements that are listed, but I was told I could only do one statement. But if it's allowed to Senator of Embu, then he's my neighbor, it's okay.
Senator, we have agreed that he will be the last to read his statements, and then we will postpone all the others, because we've spent more than 1 hour on the statements. Yes, sir. Proceed and finalize, please, Senator. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to check a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding an arsonist attack which left 7 members of a family dead in Gemare, Ferry, Gesese, Sublocation, Runyenjes constituency, Embu County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, apprise the Senate on the status of investigation into the incident that has left 7 families, members dead, and 3, state the reasons for the inordinate delay by respective agencies in treating this matter with the agency it deserves, outlining the tangent intervention in strengthening security in the area and ensure the safety of residents of the county. Madam Speaker, I arise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to check a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the sale and consumption of illicit brews in the Chicago constituency, M County, that left 4 dead and several others losing their eyesight. In the statement, the committee should, 1, apprise the Senate on the status of investigations to bring to book perpetrators who sold illicit brew to innocent villagers in Chicago constituency, leaving 4 dead and several others losing their sight. 2, state tangent interventions to encourage commercial production of legalized traditional brews in order to cut off quick in the recreative industry. And 3, state measures to raise awareness on accessible and affordable traditional brews to discourage the making and selling of life-threatening brews, which has been going on across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we will defer the remaining statements because we have spent a lot of time on this. Next order, please.
Order number 8, a motion, appointment of a joint select committee on election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, acknowledging that the East African Legislative Assembly is established under Article 9 of the Treaty for Establishment of the East African Community as one of the key organs and institutions of a community responsible for the community's legislative matters. Recognizing that Article 50 of the treaty provides for the elections of members of EALA by representative partner states legislature in accordance with their parliamentary procedures for a term of 5 years. Further aware that the East African Legislative Assembly Elections Act 2011 contemplates conclusion of the election of members of a new assembly to be within 90 days before the expiry of the terms of the subsisting assembly, and noting that the term of the current East African Legislative Assembly will come to an end on the 17th of December 2022, cognizant of the need to urgently conclude the process for the East African Legislative Assembly to commence transacting business of the East African community. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Rule number 9 of the House of Parliament Joint Sitting Rules, the Senate resolves as follows. 1, to establish a joint select committee consisting of 7 members from each House of Parliament to undertake functions contemplated under the East African Legislative Assembly elections of members of the Assembly, Rules of 2017. 2, that the following members represent the Senate in the Joint Select Committee. Those are Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo, Senator Rafael Chimera, Senator Joyce Chepkoech Korir, Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman, Senator Chute Mohamed Said, Senator Joseph Githuku Kamau, Senator Beatrice Akinyi Oyomo. 3, that the offices of the clerks of the Houses of Parliament provides the secretariat services to the Joint Committee in accordance with the standing orders, and that the Joint Committee reports to the House of a Parliament within the timeline stipulated in the East African Legislative Assembly election of the members of Assembly Rules 2017. Madam Speaker, this is a fairly straightforward matter. It's actually more of a procedural motion because we are just setting up a committee whose main duty, Madam Speaker, shall be to oversight or provide just guidance necessary that be needed from one time to the other for the technical team made up of representatives from both houses of parliament that will oversee this process of the election of members of parliament to join the members of parliament for East African Legislative Assembly. Madam Speaker, you're aware that Kenya is actually a founder state from amongst the other EAC communities together with Tanzania in the year 1999. I think this will be the fourth, if I'm not misguided, Madam Speaker, cohort of members of parliament that you're sending to the Legislative Assembly. Each year at the beginning of a term, we do this, elect members of parliament. People express their desire to join this house. It's largely a process driven by the political parties or the majority and minority side of both sides of the house, Madam Speaker. These members shall work actually in consultation with the leadership of both sides. You know very well, Madam Speaker, that as per our election rules, for each position that is available, we present, the parties or the sides of the House presents 3 candidates. The total number of representation from Kenya is 9. So therefore, the minority side will have their list of 12 candidates, and the side of the majority will have their list of 15 members. That is 3 for each of the 5 allocated slots that the majority side has in both sides of parliament, Madam Speaker. Once the names have been gazetted, or rather listed, the members will campaign, and members of parliament that are here are the voters for that matter. They'll move around, share their ideals, speak on why they think they deserve to represent Kenya in the East African Legislative Assembly. Then, Madam Speaker, we are finalizing the process of the dates, but as it is right now, the proposed date is elections to be held on the 17th of November, 2022. We don't want the previous experience where this House, and perhaps Senator Oburu will know this, the Kenyan Parliament delayed the setting up of the EALA Assembly, because by statute you cannot set up the House until all the member states have sent their representatives. And due to a delay in our own internal procedures as Parliament, we ended up delaying the establishment actually of the House by quite a number of months. That's not good practice. That's not good neighborliness. That's not in the spirit of the East African community, the way we espouse and we think of each other. That's why this time we want to conclude this exercise way in advance, at least a month even before the lapse actually of the current assembly, Madam Speaker, so that our colleagues can begin, familiarize themselves with Arusha and the rest of the regions, study, and move on to represent the country at this very important assembly. It's an assembly of the future, Madam Speaker. If you listen to the speech of the President, you listen to him as well when he visited our 2 neighboring countries, that's Uganda and Tanzania, you can see that the future is EAC on many things, on matters trade, matters communication, and so many things which our colleagues that we are sending to East African Legislative Assembly will be tasked with developing the necessary protocols, all the laws that are necessary, Madam Speaker, to have a stronger East African community and ensure that we succeed together as a region. Because when we do so, Madam Speaker, it gives us, we are strong actually together as a union, as opposed to being in the small fragments of nations that constitute the East African community. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to request that this is a straightforward matter. I'd request my colleague, the minority leader, to second. Maybe, I don't know, if there's a lot of interest for members, you can allow maybe 1 or 2 just to make a comment, because it's fairly procedural, fairly straightforward. We have proposed the Honorable Dan Mahanzo to be the chairperson of his team, given the fact that amongst the list of the members of parliament listed here, senators listed, he's the senior most. We have no qualms that he comes from the minority side, because we believe that he represents the interest of the Senate in this particular committee, together with our colleagues in the National Assembly. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request the leader of minority to second.
Asante Bispika. Bispika, kitu cha kwanza ni kwamba bunge letu la Afrika Mashariki linafika mwisho wake ama ukingoni ifikapo mwezi wa 12, na kunao muhimu ya kwamba hilo bunge likifika mwisho wa mwezi wa 12 tuwe tayari tumefanya mikakati ya kuona ya kwamba kunao Wakenya wengine ambao tutawachagua sisi wenyewe hapa ndani ya bunge ili waweze kutuwakilisha sisi katika lile bunge la Afrika Mashariki. Speaker, kama unavyoelewa ni kwamba bunge la Afrika Mashariki ni bunge muhimu sana. Ni bunge ambalo linaweza kuleta mikakati ambayo sisi kama wananchi wa Afrika Mashariki tutashirikiana. Tukiona ya kwamba hivi sasa tuko Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, na hivi juzi tukapata kitinda mimba ambaye pia amekubali kuingia katika bunge la Afrika Mashariki ambaye ni Sudan ya Kusini. Speaker, itakuwa kiungo muhimu sana kwa sisi kama wa Kenya kuona kwamba ndugu zetu wa Sudan Sudan ya Kusini wameingia katika ushirika huu na wameingia katika bunge la Afrika Mashariki, na ndiyo sababu kwa umuhimu wao ikaonekana ingekuwa vyema michezo hii ambayo itafanywa na waheshimiwa ambao kila mwaka huwa inafanywa mwezi wa 12. Ni michezo ambayo wanasiasa ama wabunge wa bunge letu la kitaifa na bunge la Senate hujumuika pamoja, tukaenda kucheza michezo mbalimbali inaweza kusisimua misuli, na hata dada zetu pia wanaweza pia kujiunga, na kuna mambo ya mbio, kuna mambo ya kuvuta kamba, kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanaendelea katika ushirikiano huo. Speaker, tukisema hivyo ni kwamba kunao muhimu kuweka kamati maalum ambayo inaweza kuangalia zile taratibu zimefuatiwa vyema, ili kuona ya kwamba wale ambao wanataka kupigania hivi viti, wale ambao wanataka kujihusisha ama kuweza kuchaguliwa ili kuweza kutuwakilisha sisi katika lile bunge la Afrika Mashariki wameweza kupitia kwa kamati. Kwa hiyo kuna umuhimu wa sisi kama bunge la Senate kuweza kukaa chini na kuchagua maseneta ambao tunafikiria wana umuhimu sana katika ile kamati ambao wataweza kuchunguza ni vipi na makadirio yao, taratibu zitakuwa namna gani, ili waweze kutuchagulia sisi watu ambao watakuwa wakisawasawa kwenda katika ile bunge la Afrika Mashariki. Speaker, katika hiyo kamati tumesomewa majina, na katika yale majina Speaker, sisi tumeonelea kwamba wote ambao wamechaguliwa wanafaa kabisa katika zile nyadhifa. Wote ambao wamechaguliwa pia wanao uwezo wa kuweza kutuwakilisha sisi kama bunge katika ile kamati ndogo itakayochunguza. Kwa hiyo Speaker, nina imani ya kwamba yule aliyechaguliwa kama mwenyekiti ambaye ni wakili aliyebobea, ndugu yetu Seneta Manzo, seneta wa Makueni, ni kwamba anao tajriba ya kuifanya ile kazi. Pia vile vile amekuwa pia akijihusisha sana na hata katika koti ile ya Afrika Mashariki. Amekuwa huko na amekuwa akifanya hizi kazi zingine zinahusiana na bunge letu la Afrika Mashariki, na katika ile hali ni kwamba tumeona yeye ana tajriba ama ana experience ya juu sana, na tukiona kwamba ni uchaguzi ule utakaokuwa tutaangalia katika yale makaratasi ya wale ambao watakuwa wana haja ya kusimama katika hivi vyeo, yeye ameweza kukadiria na kufika kile kiwango. Speaker, tukiwa tunatakia kila laheri katika kazi hii ambao watatuwakilisha sisi kama bunge la Senate, tuna imani ya kwamba kazi wanaijua na wataifanya, na niko na imani na maseneta hawa wote ambao tumeweza kuwaweka hapo, na mimi nataka kuunga mkono yote aliyosema ndugu yangu kiongozi wa walio wengi. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speakers, Senators, I propose the question that acknowledging that the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA, is established under Article 9 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community as one of the key organs and institutions of the community responsible for communities' legislative matters, recognizing that Article 50 of the treaty provides for the election of members of EALA by respective partner states' legislatures in accordance with their parliamentary procedures for a term of 5 years, further aware that the East African Legislative Assembly Elections Act 2011 contemplates conclusion of the election of members of the new assembly to be within 90 days before the expiry of the term of the subsisting assembly. Noting that the term of the current East African Legislative Assembly will come to an end on 17th December 2022, cognizant of the need to urgently conclude the election process for the East African Legislative Assembly to commence transacting business of the East African community. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 9 of the House of Parliament Joint Sittings Rules, the Senate resolves to establish a joint committee consisting of 7 members from each of the House of Parliament to undertake the functions contemplated under the East African Legislative Assembly elections, elections of members of the Assembly Rules 2017, that the following members represent the Senate in the Joint Select Committee. Number 1, Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo, co-chair. Senator Raphael Chimera Mwinzangu. 3, Senator Joyce Chepkoech Korir. 4, Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdurrahman. 5, Senator Chute Mohamed Said. 6, Senator Joseph Githuku Kamau. And 7, Senator Beatrice Akinyi Oyomo. That the offices of the clerks of Houses of Parliament provide secretariat services to the Joint Committee in accordance with the standing orders, and that the Joint Committee report to the Houses of Parliament within the timelines stipulated in the East African Legislative Assembly election of members of the Assembly Rules 2017. Members, I suggest that we give 2 chances on either side. Okay. I've been requested to give 1-1. So, Senator Oburu, because you are a current member of EALA, we'll give you a chance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very, very important motion. It is an important motion because it has been worrying me, Madam Speaker, but nonetheless, the reason why it has been delayed in the Kenyan Parliament is because of the elections. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, all the countries of East Africa have already concluded the process of electing members to EALA, except the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. DRC, it is because it is a new member, and now the East African community is going to have 7 members. We have been having 6 members, and the 6 members appoint 9 members from each state. and that means 9 times 6 is 54. The membership of EALA has been 54. The Southern Sudan has already concluded their elections just last week. Uganda have already concluded theirs. And Rwanda and Burundi the same, and even Tanzania. So, Madam Speaker, this is an urgent matter which should be concluded as soon as possible, because as you could see, the treaty says the elections should be concluded 90 days to the end of the term. And the term of the current parliament ends on the 17th of December. Madam Speaker, the issue of integration is something we cannot gainsay, because, Madam Speaker, the importance of integrating our economies is the way to grow our countries, our economies. Madam Speaker, when we are a small market, we cannot expand our economies. And Madam Speaker, it is important that the four pillars of the community are followed and they are implemented as urgently as possible. Madam Speaker, the 4 pillars are the customs union, which is already fully implemented. The second pillar is the common market, Madam Speaker, which is in advanced implementation stage, but it is implemented through protocols. And the countries delay in implementing protocols because of their personal or their national interest, which sometimes prohibits or slows integration process. Madam Speaker, the third pillar is the pillar of monetary union, which is also at an advanced stage. An institute has already been established, and it is going to be, the central bank is going to be here in Nairobi. And Madam Speaker, the last one is the political they call it confederation. It was originally in federation, but now it has been reduced because of selfishness in terms of releasing sovereignty. There are people who want to retain more sovereignty. That is why it is removed from federation to confederation. And that is also at an advanced stage of negotiations. And Madam Speaker, these are very, very important. This is a very important stage, and we are expanding. The community is expanding now. The joining of the DRC is a very, very important step because it is expanding our area of economic interest, and DRC is a very rich country in terms of natural resources. It's a big market for our country. Madam Speaker, I therefore just want to add to support this process and wish those who are doing the selection. Well, the last time when we were elected, Madam Speaker, each position, there are 9 positions. The majority took 5 positions. The minority took 4 positions. And for elections to take place, each position attracts 3. So each party recommends 3. So if you have 4 positions, you recommend 12. If you have 5 positions, you recommend 15. So that Parliament can elect and vote on those 15 plus 12 is 27. So Parliament votes on the 27, and you select 9 out of the 27. So it is an election. It is very tough. I know members are from elections where in our place it was called Jamna. People were asking you to shake something called Jamna. So you cough out something, and members have coughed out quite a lot. And please don't overtax those who want to be members of EALA, but be fair to them and select the best people to represent our interest in the community. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to end my speech there. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Senator Mungatana, 2 minutes only.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I'm going to say only one point and say it very briefly. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate Senator who has just spoken before me, our senior in this House, for the time that he has spent in EALA. Madam Speaker, the point I wanted to make is that EALA has been a big disappointment. Big disappointment, not only to Kenya, but to the rest of East Africa community. And Mr. Speaker, those who are going to be chosen this time round, it is my prayer that they will not be like the past legislators who have gone there, and we never hear about them again. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the only time we hear about EALA and the East African community is when we hear the executive arm of governments, of those governments, meeting in Nairobi or Arusha or some other place. We never just get to hear about the East African legislator. And I just wonder why. Here in Kenya, Madam Speaker, we are always hearing what Parliament and Senate is saying, the National Assembly and Senate. But, and then we also hear from the executive. Madam Speaker, the EALA, it is like, you know, people just go there and they disappear. We never hear from them. We don't know their session. The last time we heard from them is when they had this circle movement, and they came to Kenya for a few minutes, for a few days, and then they disappear. We don't hear motions. We don't hear anything. So my appeal is that those who are going to be selected this time round, don't let us down. Don't go there and kill East Africa. Don't go there and let us think that East African community is a community of heads of state. Let us hear debates. Let us hear our views being expressed by you people there. Let us hear motions being moved, some decisions being made through popular vote. We want to see a vibrant East African Parliament. Don't go there and just pass some 5 years, then, blah, 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 create some CV. Madam Speaker, let us see something. Let us see a difference. That is what I wished to say. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. I think now I'll call upon the mover to reply.
Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank our two colleagues who have responded to this motion and spoken on behalf of colleagues senators, have taken keen interest actually in the contributions of both of them, both North and South, in terms of agreement on what EALA has been able to achieve. I see Senator Oburu, being a member who has served there, very optimistic about what we can achieve as an East African community through the works of EALA, the statutes, and the four main pillars. We have benefited from your wisdom, Senator. I hear also the concerns of my colleague, Senator Danson Mungatana, but I think while I agree with him largely that there is a need to push EALA to be more firm with its determination, until you are able, all the 7 partner states are able to sign on the statute that Senator Oburu Oginga referred to, then I'm afraid, Senator Mungatana, we will not be able to achieve what you're looking for. Because as it is, so long as the resolutions of EALA end up being resolutions urging partner states to do this, urging partner states. You remember in 2013, for example, one of the 4 pillars, the monetary union, was signed into action. But EALA, given that we have not yet ceded our sovereignty as a union to this legislative assembly, then it becomes difficult for us to achieve real and actual integration. Many of the resolutions will end up being statements of urging the partner states to do the following, and has to go to the Bureau of Ministers. Then we wait for the annual Heads of State Summit. If there is no goodwill on even one out of the 7, then it forestalls the entire process. So I want to believe maybe as we continue to integrate and speak to the rest of our colleagues in the region, it's upon us to help them understand and appreciate why signing on to the fourth pillar, making EALA a proper parliament whose decisions will be equivalent to the decisions of the partner states and that will have the full force of law, it is going to be a completely difficult situation for us to expect that we shall achieve all the objectives of EAC. But there's a lot to be enjoyed at this particular point, many things. At least we have, we celebrate little gains, like just having an EAC, the common passport for the region, you know, with the joining of Democratic Republic of Congo. I want to believe that them having signed on all the necessary protocols with my passport, I can cross over to Kinshasa the way I do when I'm headed to Kericho, Mr. Speaker. That's something little to celebrate about. Of course, I looked forward to a time where we'll be able to achieve more, as Senator Mungatana has said. Therefore, I agree with our colleagues that we shall expedite this process. I want to urge the 7 senators, Senator Manzo, that you must lead your team tomorrow into sitting down with your colleagues in the National Assembly. They already passed their team of 7 last week. So you must have your meeting tomorrow, first thing in the morning, and begin on this work because we want to conclude on this exercise by the 17th of November. Members can vote. The reason why we have to do it by 17th of November is that, remember, from the 20th of November, many members are likely to head out of the country for the East African Legislative Assembly Games. You don't want half the House outside when you're doing such an important exercise. Therefore, you don't have time. Time is not on your side. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order number 84-2, I wish to make a determination that this matter does not affect counties. And I'd like to put the question that acknowledging that East Africa Legislative Assembly, EALA, is established under Article 9 of the Treaty of the Establishment of the East African Community as one of the key organs and institutions of the community responsible for community legislative matters, recognizing that Article 50 of the treaty provides for the election of members of EALA by respective partner states' legislatures in accordance with their parliamentary procedures for a term of 5 years. Further aware that the East African Legislative Assembly Elections Act 2011 contemplates conclusions of the elections of members of the new assembly to be within 90 days before the expiry of the term of the subsisting assembly, noting that the term of the current East African Legislative Assembly will come to an end on 17th December 2012, cognizance of the need to urgently conclude the election process of the East African Legislative Assembly to commence transacting business of the East African community. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 9 of the House of Parliament, joint sittings, rules that the Senate resolves, 1, to establish a joint select committee consisting of 7 members from each House of Parliament to undertake the functions contemplated under the East African Legislative Assembly election of members of the Assembly Rules 2017. 6, that the following members represent the Senate in the Joint Select Committee. Number 1, Daniel Kitonga Maanzo as co-chair. Number 2, Senator Raphael Chimera Mwinzangu. Number 3, Joyce Chepkoech Korir. Number 4, Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdulrahman. Number 5, Senator Chute Mohamed Said. Number 6, Senator Joseph Githuku Kamau. And number 7, Senator Beatrice Akinyi Oyomo. Number 7, that the offices of the clerks of Houses of Parliament provide secretariat services to the Joint Committee in accordance with the standing orders. And number 8, that the Joint Committee report to the Houses of Parliament within the timeline stipulated in the East African Legislative Assembly election of members of the Assembly Rules 2017. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, motion, approval of senators to serve in the County Public Accounts Committee, County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee, and the Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Madam Speaker, I am moving this motion in an amended form because there were changes since we last moved the notice of motion. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order number 193, 194, 195, and 199, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the select committees of the Senate as follows. A, County Public Accounts Committee. The following senators: Samson Kiprotich Cherargei, John Methu, Mariam Sheikh, Mwenda Gataya, Moses Otieno Kajwang, Fatuma Aden Dulo, Richard Moimoma Onyonka, Edwin Watenya Sifuna, and Andrew Omtata Okoiti. B, County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee. The following senators, 9 of them: Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, Paul Karungo Dhangwa, Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, Miraj Abdullahi Abdul Rahman, Eddie Gisheru Okech, Ledama Olekina, Hamida Kibwana, Professor Tom Ojienda, and Godri Atieno Osotsi. C, the Committee on Delegated Legislation. The following 9 senators: Number 1, Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Danson Buya Mugatana, Gloria Magoma Oruoba, Joyce Chepkoech Korir, Julius Murgor Recha, Daniel Kitonga Maanzo, Bernard Faki Munyehaji, Betty Batuli Montet, and lastly, Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama. Mr. Speaker, this should bring to a close the setting up of our committees of parliament. We began this exercise last week. Madam Speaker, this should bring to a close the business, actually, of setting up the various committees of parliament. We began this work last week on Thursday. We were not able to conclude because of the debate and many members that wanted to speak actually that particular time. In fact, I do recall, and I owe, I think, one to Professor Ujenda, and I think it was Eddie or somebody else, that I gave a promise that when we resume today, Madam Speaker, I don't have such powers, but I promise them anyway that I will be their advocate in ensuring that they get the opportunity to make comments on how the committees have been set up generally. Because you remember, we were running short of time, and they were magnanimous enough to agree to drop out from their request to speak at that particular time, so that they be given the opportunity today to give their comments and general feelings about how the Senate Business Committee has set up the various committees of parliament. Madam Speaker, we did the 14 standing committees. Today we are doing the sessional committees, 3 of them, Madam Speaker, picked senators with different diverse backgrounds, different giftings, people who understand. There are very many attributes that you can say about each of the senators that has been carefully selected to serve in each of these 3 committees, Madam Speaker. I believe the men and women that have been picked here have got what it takes actually to serve this House, ensure that we achieve that which was intended by the drafters of our Constitution, Madam Speaker. Particularly, Madam Speaker, the County Public Accounts Committee. You know, this is a very important committee, Madam Speaker, and I want to urge colleague senators, I will not hide my feelings about it, because on many occasions I hold the radical view that, Madam Speaker, and I don't say this to say that I disagree with the formation of this particular committee. I support 100%. That's why I gave the notice of motion. That's why I'm urging colleague senators to vote for it. But my thinking on Public Accounts Committee, even from last Senate and the one that was there before, is that it ought to be a committee actually of all the 47 delegations, Madam Speaker, because that's the only way you can be able to earn the respect of your county government, so that when you voice out certain issues, your voice will be taken seriously. You know, what colleague senators are about to discover is that if you find yourself in the unfortunate situation, say like Senator Ojenda, good Senator Sifuna, where you have county governments that are headed by former senators. They understand the strength and the limitations of Senate. Sometimes you try to do your work so diligently, but because they have been here and they know the length through which this House can reach, sometimes your voice is ignored. And therefore, how do you make senators respected and make their voice be a voice of authority in the county assembly? You can only achieve that, Madam Speaker, by ensuring that you have a committee where at least once every financial year, your governor appears before you with maybe 4, 5, or 6 of your colleagues from different counties, and they answer for how they have appropriated and used the public funds that you have devolved to the various counties, Madam Speaker. Because you don't get that particular chance, and I have seen this from experience. I'm saddened to say this is a fact that we'll see perhaps, and I pray that it doesn't happen in this particular county, this particular session of a County Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker. You go before public accounts and you find that your governor, because this is a political world, some of them have been senators before, they have friends, they have family, and you find that your own colleague senators actually gang up against you as you try to raise issues that concern the people that you represent in this particular house. You know, Madam Speaker, last Senate, when we went to Kitui during the Senate Mashinani program, and we invited the 3 neighboring counties, at the time I discovered how much county governments fear being grilled before members of the public, especially in their own locality. Because my thinking was that if you were to form such a committee, they will not even need to hold their sittings here in Nairobi. You go and hold your sittings in Kisumu, in Busia, in Kericho, in Nyamira, in all our various counties, and have your governor come and answer to questions. You know, because you understand all the tricks, many of the challenges that are brought out by the auditors cannot be there is no better auditor, Madam Speaker, than the public themselves. It is them who know if a dispensary has been put up or not. It is them who know the old trick, for example, Madam Speaker, when a county government put up a road and capture it as point A to point B, and for the purpose of pilfering funds, they again list the same roads as being mentioned from point B to A. An auditor is not able to pick such games. But if you held your public sittings back in your counties, Madam Speaker, and invite maybe 50 to 100 carefully selected members of the public to come and see their governor, appear before their senator, and answer to questions, Madam Speaker, then I believe when a senator speaks in public and says that I don't agree with a certain decision, the executive of that particular county, the county assembly, will respect what the senator is saying. And I say this because when we went to Kitui, Madam Speaker, we invited the governor for Kitui, we invited the governor for Machakos, we invited the governor for Makueni. I tell you, Madam Speaker, not a single one of them turned up. Actually, they mobilized goons to disrupt that particular sitting of the Senate. Why were they doing that? Because nobody wants to be questioned in the presence of the people that elected them. And that is which we can achieve. Because unfortunately, this present system as currently constituted, I think it's flawed. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I am saying this while moving a motion actually for setup of a particular committee. But I say this to say the following to our colleague, the 9 senators that have been charged with the responsibility of leading this particular committee and looking into the books of account of our county assemblies and special funds and the executive of the 47 county governments, Madam Speaker, that you are doing this very important task on behalf of all Kenyans and on behalf of your colleagues. Please treat it as a position of trust. Treat it as a position of honor, Madam Speaker, that for every assignment and duty that you're taking, ensure that you keep the dignity of this House held in such high regard. Let us not be reduced to a laughingstock. I'm afraid to say this, Madam Speaker, but on many occasions, given how the Public Accounts Committee sometimes have been led under different leadership over the years, Madam Speaker, we have become a laughingstock and a discussion in the Council of Governors, where governors even consult for free and advise each other and saying, oh, you have a session, you're appearing tomorrow. I can help you with a number, which if you call, tomorrow you'll have a more favorable appearance. We don't want to hear such stories, Madam Speaker. We want people to be held to account. We want our colleagues who will serve in this particular committee to be people of honor, so that if a county governor has been found to have had their hand actually in the county cookie jar, let them be exposed, let citizens of that particular county know the truth. The Committee on Delegated Legislation, for example, Madam Speaker, a very important committee. I know for a fact that this administration intends to bring no less than 50 regulations before this House for them to look through and agree whether those regulations are in conformity with our Constitution, in conformity with the various statutes and acts of Parliament that have been passed. The work of the delegated legislation committee is clearly cut out for them. I expect that they'll do the same also with a lot of dignity and honor, ensure that the executive doesn't bring regulations that claw back the gains of devolution, that on many occasions these regulations actually respect the letter and the spirit of devolved county units, that we ensure that actually for once and for all, we no longer hear about this animal called ICGTRC, you know, the Intergovernmental Committee on Transfer, you know, of assets. How do you explain, Madam Speaker, that 12 years after actually the setup of the first county governments in 2013, Madam Speaker, you still have functions that haven't been transferred, you still have assets that are yet to be properly registered, you still have disputes that are arising between national and county executive. The delegated legislation committee needs to settle some of this with great finality, so that we have citizens of this country able to enjoy on the gains of devolution and build on it. Madam Speaker, lastly, I say this respectfully to all our colleagues. It is not possible to have all the 47 of us in one committee. I know people have different opinions about, you know, when I've interacted with many of the first-time senators, you hear them say, I want to be in a certain committee. I hear is most prestigious. I don't know. For the terms of parliament that I have served in this House, Mr. Speaker, I have never met the manual, imagined or real, of which committee ranks higher to the other. I remember, Madam Speaker, with a lot of nostalgia, I wish Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang was here. When we had changes because of the political situations that were in this country, the last parliament, and some of us were removed from committees that we were serving in, I was taken to the Committee on Devolution, a committee which was not in many ways regarded to as being, you know, as prestigious as the rest. But under the good stewardship of Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang, I do not recall a time where I enjoyed serving in a parliamentary committee as I did on that particular occasion, Madam Speaker. We had great media attention to the work that we were doing. We were able to put many county governments that were using the route of using clients' account in law firms, you know, to pilferage public funds. We brought them here. We were able to do legislation. Transfer of function is something that we considered. We mediated disputes between county assemblies and the executive. We did a lot of work. Therefore, I say to all our colleagues, there is no committee that is superior to the other. It is not a committee that makes the man. It is actually the man that makes the committee. You can serve in any particular committee. So long as you're dedicated, you have the energy, and you have the belief that you are doing the right thing in being in this House, then you'll be able to achieve the objective that that the people of Kenya have granted by allowing you to be in this august House, Madam Speaker. I don't intend to be longer than that, because I know many colleagues, senators, want to speak on this very important task. Therefore, I want to rest it at that. I beg to move, Madam Speaker, and invite my good friend, the Senator for Narok, Senator Ledama Olekina, to second this motion. Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second this motion of the consideration of senators to serve in these three very, very important committees. Madam Speaker, from the onset, if you look at the order paper today, I dare say if you look at all the order papers that we have considered since we started the term of this parliament, you will notice that the papers that have been laid revolves around two committees that we are considering members of the Senate to serve in those committees. The order paper today, Madam Speaker, The first paper laid out is in the report on the Auditor General on the financial statement for Narok County Executive for the year ended June 30th. The fourth one, Madam Speaker, is on the report on Auditor General on the financial statement for Narok County Bursary Fund. Those two statements, Madam Speaker, falls under the Public Accounts Committee. But when you go further down, you will find statements, or rather you'll find papers that falls under PIC, or Public Investment Committee. So, Madam Speaker, the sooner we dispense this matter and constitute these committees, the earlier it will be for us to be able to complete the work that we've been tasked for. If you look at, Madam Speaker, Standing Order number 193 to 195, they are quite clear on the mandate of each of those committees. Madam Speaker, the biggest challenge that we encountered during the last Parliament, and I served as a member of the Public Accounts Investment Committee, then, before these two committees were split, it was tedious. A governor would appear, would sit for 6 hours, and will only be able to prosecute 2 issues, or rather 2 questions. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, the Majority Leader, that those senators, distinguished senators, who have been tasked with a mandate to be able to oversight the county governments, that mandate is very, very clear, because it calls for you as a person to be able to respect the principle of the fiduciary duty. You are tasked with the fiduciary duty to ensure that with the work that you are doing there is to be able to continue gaining respect from the members of the public who elected you to come and serve here. Madam Speaker, these are committees that require people who will be able to commit their time, to commit their sweat, to commit their blood in making sure that we can be able to call for accountability among the 47 counties. I heard my colleagues talk about that maybe this is a committee that all 47 delegations should be represented, and I dare say all the 47 delegations are actually represented, because when a governor is appearing before that committee, as a senator from that county, you have the right to be there, you have the right to be able to question. So I think we should not be all of us wanting to serve in that committee, because only 9 of us can be able to fit in. From the minority side, 5 members. From the majority side, 4 members. So I want to really reiterate and plead with all the members that we should approve these members so that we can start working. On the issue of the delegated legislation, we have seen the work which was done by the distinguished senator from Mombasa. When we had these government instruments, the statutory regulations being brought before this House, a lot of them, if it wasn't for the work which was done by Senator Haji, a lot of them would have been considered unconstitutional. So the mandate is quite clear. And I invite senators to go back and look at Standing Order number 193, 194, and 195, so that they can be able to understand their mandate. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is that these are committees that can be able to be reconstituted at any given time. I know the standing orders call for about a period of 3 years, but nothing stops us, as we've been given that power by Standing Order number 200 to be able to make these changes and be able to bring other people who can be able to help. I know for a fact that when I served as a member of the, by then it was called Public Accounts and Investment Committee, every single day, all 9 members were present. Now, it has been divided into 2. I don't see why we cannot be able to complete the work. We ended up becoming, what do you call it, when you have to look at something that has already happened. You know, what's the word? Huh? The work is more like you become a mortician. That's the word. You become a mortician. But, Madam Speaker, nothing stops the leadership of those 2 committees from taking on an active matter, suo motu, and investigating that matter. Nothing stops. In fact, this is a big argument that I had with the clerk's office on a statement which we are bringing on this floor, when I was told that that statement can only go to a particular committee because one of these select committees we do not have a tradition of bringing statements. Madam Speaker, I want to challenge that. Because when you look at the mandate of the Committee on Public Accounts and Investment, if you read Standing Order 193.1D, it says that the mandate is to exercise oversight over county public accounts. There's nowhere in that mandate that says that we have to do a postmortem exercise, that we have to wait for the Auditor General to carry out investigation and submit following the process of the Public Audit Act. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to challenge all distinguished members who are sitting here that whenever we have an issue to be able to carry out, we do so diligently. And I believe that all the names of all the distinguished senators who have been proposed to serve in these three committees are people who are able to deliver justice and to call for a fiduciary responsibility among the 47 counties. So, Madam Speaker, as I summarize, I hope that this will be a matter that we can be able to conclude so that we can clear all the papers that have been laid on the floor of this House, on the table of this House, and allow county governments to be able to catch up. Because there's a lot happening in county government, Madam Speaker. And if we are not the true ombudspersons of our citizens, then we will be lying not only to ourselves, but to the Almighty God who has sent us to ensure that we deliver on the mandate that we were elected, which is clearly described under Article 196 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I support, and I hope that all the members will support.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order numbers 193, 194, 195, and 199, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in select committees of the Senate as follows. A, County Public Accounts Committee. Senator Samson Kiprotich Cherarke, Senator John Muhia Methu, Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar, Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofire, Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang, Senator Fatuma Aden Dulo, Senator Richard Momoima Onyonka, Senator Edwin Watenya Sifuna, and Senator Andrew Omtata Okoiti. B, County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee. Senator Onesmus I think this is Senator Murkomen cannot serve on that. Okay, Senator Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, Senator Paul Karungo Thangwa, Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda, Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdurrahman, Senator Eddie Gisheru Okech, Senator Ledama Olekina, Senator Hamida Kibwana, Senator Professor Tom Odhiambo Ojienda, Senator Godfrey Atieno Osoti. Committee on Delegated Legislation, Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofire, Senator, is it Mofire? Senator Danson Buya Mungatana, Senator Gloria Magoma Orwoba, Senator Joyce Chepkoech Korir, Senator Julius Murgor Recha, Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo, Senator Mohamed Faki Mwinyihaji, Senator Betty Batuli Montet, and Senator Agnes Kavindu Mutama. I now invite members to make their contributions, beginning with Senator Osoti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations for being our chair today. Madam Speaker, I don't have really much to say. In our work for oversight, particularly the County Public Accounts Committee and the County Public Investment and Special Fund Committee, which really are the two committees that oversight the financial status of our counties. So I want to encourage the members who will sit on the two committees to put in a lot more effort in trying to help this country and Senate on matters of transparency and accountability in our counties. Madam Speaker, we have a lot of challenges on matters to do with financial transparency in counties. We see a lot of wastage, we see a lot of theft of public funds, and these are happening in our various counties. So this committee should really help Senate to come up with actionable reports so that the culprits who are involved in all this theft should be brought forward and punished. So, Madam Speaker, my expectation, and I'm happy I'm a member of PIC, I'll exercise my time there and my experience to ensure that we produce reports that are actionable. Madam Speaker, we have been blamed as Parliament, not just Senate alone, even National Assembly, that we give reports which are not actioned. And looking at the standing orders of the Senate, each committee has the powers to follow up on the implementation of its own resolution. So I expect every committee, including these two that we are passing, three that we are passing today, to ensure that whatever recommendations they give are implemented fully. Because in Senate, unlike the National Assembly, we don't have an implementation committee. So each committee handles matters to do with implementation. So members of each committee, that either standing committee or oversight committee, you don't just write reports. You make sure that the resolutions emanating from those reports are fully implemented. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I also want to express my interest to become the chair of the County Public Investment Committee. Madam Chair, I was a vice chair of a similar committee in National Assembly, and I think the experiences are the same, and I think I will play a big role in performing competently and effectively the role of the chair of the County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee. For those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Honorable Senators, we have a big interest in this debate. I request that every member just do 2 minutes. Is that okay? 2 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes max. I am well advised that the standing orders provide for 20 minutes, but I urge members to just be cognizant of the fact that there is many of you contributing, so just give a chance to the others as you can. Next speaker is Senator Mwenda, Senator for Tharaka-Nithi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would start by putting across the information that my name is Mheshimiwa Mwenda Gataya, more fire, not more fury as you mispronounced it. I'm slight oversight. Madam Speaker, I stand here today to support the motion because I've gone through the list of the entire membership in all the committees, and I've seen the composition of this membership is men of integrity, people who are going to make sure that we have our face from this honorable house, especially the Committee on Public Accounts. I happened to be the chair of Public Accounts one time when I served in the Tharaka County Assembly. And this committee requires people of high integrity, and I'm sure this house is composed of gentlemen and ladies of high integrity for that matter, and I'm sure we are going to make sure that the name of the Senate is going to be protected in that spirit. So I strongly support, Honorable Madam Chair, that we are going to make sure that in all the committees, we are going to make some serious deliberations and make sure that we meet the target of our Honorable House. I support.
Thank you. Senator Eddie Okech.
Madam Speaker, I think that I am among the senators who were very keen to make comments about the committees that we're putting together as a House. And I think that if you look at Article 92 of the Constitution, the legislative authority of this republic is derived from the people, and more importantly, it is vested in Parliament. I think that there is no any embodiment of this authority that is more powerful than the committees that we are passing here today, because these three committees are the ones that are looking at what the people themselves gave themselves in terms of devolution that goes to counties in terms of resources in Article 2 or 3. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I think that my comments today will be two. Number one is that given what the majority leader talked about, the limitations that we have under this function of oversight, I think that what I've seen in this House, the people, ladies and gentlemen who are elected into this House, is such a rich House with the people who have got serious experiences and serious interests and serious backgrounds, that one thing I wanted to urge the House and members of those particular committees is to be more adventurous, to bring about the spirit of entrepreneurial thinking, creative and critical thinking in terms of running these committees. One of those, of course, if you look at Standing Order number 193, that talks about the public accounts, sometimes people are limited to just making sure that the counties are looking at these functions of these committees with regards to Article 226 and 227, which is basically looking at basic audit, financial audit, and ordinary audits of finances that are going to the counties. But I think that we can advance further and be creative in these committees such that we can look at things like social audits. Are these monies that are going to the counties having serious impact beyond just the idea of following typical financial audits? That means that we must go further to invite creative thinking and making sure that counties are doing proper investments and are doing things according to priorities of our people. And in that regards, I also want to express to the House that given my background in investments and given my background as a fintech expert, I will be putting my name forward when we go to the committees to vie for the chairperson of the county's Public Investment Committee, because I think that it's extremely critical that we bring about new thinking in this House, and that new thinking does not come with just thinking about vested interests of today, but also thinking about investing in the future by following through the investment that go to county. With that, Madam Speaker, I do support the motion on the floor. Thank you so much.
Senator Methu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to also support the motion on the committees that have been proposed by the leader majority. I would wish to first state that I'm very grateful that my party has nominated me to serve in the Public Accounts Committee, and in the same spirit wish my brother, Senator for Migori, the best as he seeks to serve as the chairman of the Public Investment Committee. I'm hopeful that he has consulted enough so that he does not come back and cry here. Mr. Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, as I rise to support this motion, I have been, I've attended every session of this chamber, and there are very many papers that have been laid to the table of the clerk by the leader majority every time we come here. And I'm told that they are going to the Public Accounts Committee and some to the Public Investment Committee. So those are very busy committees of this House. I'm not saying that there is any committee that is not busy, but I am certain that those are two very busy committees. I'm looking forward to learning from those who are coming in as very experienced. I'm also looking forward to committing my time to serve in ensuring one of the responsibilities of this Senate is oversight. We are supposed to take care of the funds that are devolved, the funds that we are fighting that they are added. We have to ensure that we take very good care of them, so that we do not have a granary and then we does not have a door. All the resources will be stolen. So, Madam Speaker, I support this motion. I ask that my colleagues who will be serving in these committees commit their time. I am very happy that Senator Adama is saying that for the time that he served, all the 9 members were active. I'm hopeful that all the 9 members of the 3 committees will be active. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Tom Ojenda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion on the committees. I'd intended to speak before, but I was not able to speak, Madam Speaker, because of the time. I think that then my learned friend, Senator Okongo Mogendi Nyamira, then spoke in what has now become a pointer to how there was non-consultation and selection of committees, I think from this side. But I think that we are on course to settle that question so that Mr. Matthew and his side should not celebrate too much. I think we are putting our house in order. And, and I can assure that side that we will have an organized side that will oppose or that will render formidable opposition to the government side. Madam Speaker, on the PIC, I serve in 2 committees, the Public Investment Committee and the National Security Committee. And I think, Madam Speaker, there's already too much work for those 2 committees. We know that we must hold our governors to account. We must expect of them to live by the book and to serve the people of the countries that we come from. And I think that, as Senator Odedama said, the oversight that we must undertake as a House should not be the oversight where members are called and told to do things according to script. We must hold accounting officers in the counties. We must hold governors to account. We must summon them where there are questions of accounts and questions of accountability. On the PIC, I think there's a new committee that has been disengaged from the former PIC and the former PCIC, the bigger committee. And I think we want to we want governors to account for investments, county investments, so that where they collect funds, where they run companies like water companies, we want to see that those water companies are properly audited. We want to see that if they're running parks, if they're running services and benefiting from collection services from parks, for instance, at Masai Mara, we want to know that those companies are run properly and properly account. And, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sir, we want to see that this Senate works differently from the previous Senate. Mr. Speaker, I second. I need not go beyond that. I second, so that my hand is not seen too early. Let me support. But Madam Speaker, just one point before I sit. I have two statements that will come in tomorrow on a security question for Sondu, for my county. Let's wait and hear that tomorrow. Thank you.
Senator Khalwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations for sitting in that chair this afternoon, and maybe this were made in time. Being mated, I was tempted to rise on a point of order. You know why, and I don't think we can go there. Madam Speaker, this is the committee. This is the committee. The Committee of Public Accounts and the Committee of Public Investment and the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on Human Rights are the committees that define Senate. If you get it wrong on these three committees, there is no Senate. We will leave a very poor or no legacy whatsoever. So I would like us from now going forward to rethink our position in society and agree that as a House, when it is a matter on these select committees, if it is a matter on JLAC, we unite and save the country so that the country can be there for the future. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the members of this committee, I have, in the short time I've been here, truly impressed by the commitment by all of you senators. And I have no doubt in my mind that all these senators, you're going to live up to it. When I first saw the name of Senator Edwin Waatenya Sifuna, I quickly reflected on what he has been saying during his talk shows on television stations and during the rallies. And this is a unique opportunity for the young senator to now walk the talk, because he has been fighting corruption, using TV stations, using public rallies. Now you have the best platform, the Senate, and you are now a member of this committee. Madam Speaker, I also looked at the name of my brother, Andrew Omutata Okoiti. Omutata is a hero in this country. Omutata has played more oversight than many, many elected members of parliament from the corridors that he's been walking for many years. In fact, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, if Senator Omutata becomes the chairman of this committee, I promise I'll be attending these committees in what Professor would call amicus curiae. Madam Speaker, the judiciary. The President has pronounced and he has demonstrated that he wants to allow the rule of law. In the history of the judiciary, unfortunately, we do not know whether the executive was the one that was dictating the judiciary, or if there was some other problem. The judiciary has been a problem. I remember I chaired the first impeachment committee of a governor, and this House impeached that governor twice. The first time we impeached the governor, the courts overturned it, that on matters of procedure. So we redid it and impeached the governor again, and he went home. But the guy lived in the courts for 4 years until he finished his term, until using the same money for which we impeached him, he bought his way back into a second term. So the judiciary, now you are being supported by this parliament, you are being supported by the executive. Enjoy your independence and give us freedom for parliament to properly carry out this oversight role. Madam Speaker, political parties. Whereas I would have loved my kid brother, Edwin, to become the chairman. Well, I don't vote there. But if you become a chairman, my brother, this is not an easy committee. You'll find it extremely difficult work because the governor's first port of call, once they are summoned, is the political body chiefs. I have been in this seat for 3 years, and I know that the chiefs come for you as the chairman, that a member of my party, my governor cannot be impeached. Political party heads, including my own political party leader, His Excellency William Ruto, and other political party heads should keep out of the affairs of public accounts. We want to put governors to check. You would love me to say that again, so long as I don't mention the name Bebe. I can repeat it again and again. Well, but the rules of this house do not allow me to mention his name unless I have either a substantive motion against him or unless he can defend himself in the house. So, buoyed by the pronouncement from the courts, I think it was last week or thereabout, that now senators have a mandatory responsibility to answer to all our questions, both on shareable revenue and on source, including grants. This is the time now for us senators to demonstrate to the Republic of Kenya that indeed we are the upper house. Let us earn it through this window of opportunity of oversight. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, membership of this committee, let us think about it a little bit, with all honesty and without any bias and without having any of the present members on mind. Let's think about the future of the Republic of Kenya when we are all gone. I think the first step, we should review our standing orders so that there is a 10th member. And I saw Senator Ledema going there. I'm just lauding it. It is important that when the committee is sitting on matters of Narok, whether Ledama is a member or not, when Kakamega is sitting, they are sitting on a matter of Kakamega, whether the bullfighter is a member or not, we must be there and have a voting presence. Because this is the time they are talking about your county. And if there is any attempt for anybody to push things under point of order, amount of order, information, yes sir, give me. So long as you'll hold my time. I have 3 more points to finish. Oh, sorry. Okay. Madam Speaker, you liked, yeah. Madam Speaker, this is the time they are now talking to the issue of your county. And the governor, because of other reasons, including attempts to influence the committee, either through financial consideration, I'm not casting any aspersions against members of this committee because you're yet to become members, or through the influence of political parties. For example, when the governor, and with all due respect, of Uasin Gishu will come before public accounts, and supposing the party leader of the party to which he belongs, and you know who that party leader is, supposing the party leader who is the president took a position, would you really manage to oversight that guy? So you need the senator of that county to be there to challenge the governor and be given space and be given an opportunity to vote, so that the people back home can know that we have elected a senator who is earning his salary. We are being paid 1 million shillings. 1 million? Being people with a hustler background, majority of us, 1 million is a fortune. We want to be seen to be earning it. Madam Speaker, I know Professor is not happy that I'm thinking 1 million is a fortune. Professor, with due respect. The second issue on membership, which I would like us to really think about, and with maximum respect to my colleagues, I'm not thinking about those of us who are here now. I'm thinking about going forward. We need to tweak our constitution. Justice Madayo, really? Are you telling me when my brother Lusaka was the Speaker of the Senate and he was the senator, you could seriously debate and decide on whatever shortcomings he might have had in Bungoma when he was governor? Are you telling me today, and with due respect, I do not have the current Speaker on mind. If a matter comes and the Speaker of the House is in the chair and he's an immediate governor of that county, you cannot expect proper oversight. So going forward, we need to tweak the constitution, my colleagues, so that we bar governors who want to come to Senate. They should cool at home for 5 years. Then after 5 years, they come. No, I'm saying it for the sake of my daughter, who, if she was brought here to come and visit Parliament, she would ask all of you questions that what is wrong with the women? She would say, how come of all these pictures on the wall we don't see women speakers? That's why I've never come with my girls, my little girls, but I come with my boys, because they see the men. I'm ashamed to tell my girls. We need to tweak it so that they cool at home, we finish their cases, then they come here. Madam Speaker, the issue of volume of work. Again, I saw Senator Ledema come to it, but let me just put a bit of flesh on the skeleton that he laid. Today, I have tabled 41 papers that require the work of this committee. And there will be 47 reports from 47 counties that will require the work of this committee. They do not have time. There's no time, Madam Speaker, for this committee to do all this work. So what do I propose? I think we should look at it critically so that we allow the office of the Speaker to create and allow our research officers to be taking the reports of the Auditor General. They go through them and flag out the issues that require to be addressed by this committee. Why I'm saying this, and if you have improved on it, thank you very much, but why I'm saying this is, for example, you go to this committee, and because members would like to pin down a governor, you find the governor wasted 10 million shillings on fueling vehicles. So you waste time following that 10 million, and you don't go to projects worth hundreds of millions. Then he escapes. For example, if the last Public Accounts Committee had worked And I'm not saying they didn't work. They did their best, but because of volume of work, they did not reach. They have just scratched Kakamega like this. Kakamega for 10 years, a multi-million stadia has not come out of phase 1. And yet, billions of shillings have been spent already. This Senate did not pronounce itself on it for 5 years. Kakamega. Mumias Hospital, which was being constructed and eventually converted into a COVID restriction center, was built for millions of shillings. It is not operational. Shiamahubu Hospital in Shinyalu is not in use. The Kakamega Teaching and Referral Hospital, worth 4.5 billion shillings, 10 years, it is not in use. And you come and tell me the function of the Senate is to oversight governance? We are failing. Because of volume of work, if we had such a group, they would flack out these 4 projects that I've said in Kakamega, and we would have pinned out the governor so that he tells us why he owns all these multi-million properties in Nairobi, including properties in South Africa. This should be the work of the Senate. Given that we are coming in a world where a minister in China was sentenced to death and is serving the term from prison, this is the route with which we should make corruption completely unacceptable. Nothing personal, Omogoyone, nothing personal, relax. I want to conclude, Madam Speaker, by responding again to the concerns of Senator Ledama. Senator Ledama, you are worried about our committee being a committee of morticians. We have an opportunity. Whoever becomes chair, should it be Omtata, do not waste time. The real things that we want to work on is current things, the way Ledama wanted. Don't waste time waiting for the Auditor General report that will be 5 years old. Go the route of special audits. As the chairman of committee, once your members support you and your particular issue, call for a special audit, ask the Auditor General to come, he'll audit those funds for you, and he'll give you a report you'll pin down. One of the best auditors we had in this country is Edward Ouko. Edward Ouko has retired, is enjoying his retirement. It was good. I would call him, and Ouko will come and give us a special audit. It is only special audit that can help us to scare governors so that they don't think they have an opportunity to go and loot. Let me tell you, my kid brother, Osoti, I'm waiting for you. The reason why the majority of us senators, not all, want to leave this great house, I was one of them, to go and vie for governor, there are only 2 reasons. The first one is that you are so angry because you are seeing the looting in black and white, you want to go back and stop it and correct it. The second reason is that you find that stealing so attractive, you want to go and join the gravy train. Let's make stealing so difficult, so shameful, that no senator will want to go there for that reason of looting. If you think I'm lying, we have now gone through a full circle of devolution, 10 years. Tell me, who is this governor, either who served 1 term or served 2 full terms, who is celebrated by the public? Celebrated. None. There is something wrong. So let's make the position of governor so good that one day a governor will be celebrated in this country the way this country celebrates Mwai Kibaki. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Senator Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity
to support the motion for the appointment of the three committees, the Committee of Public Accounts.
Honorable Senators, just a second. Please log in again. The system was interrupted a little. So we need you to log in for those who wanted to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The three committees that are mainly tasked with the oversight role in this House. Madam Speaker, I was privileged to serve in the Public Accounts Committee in the first 2 years of our tenure in the Senate. That is from 2017 to 2020. And I had an opportunity to also chair the Delegated Legislation Committee of the Senate for the period 2020 until we concluded our term in June this year. Madam Speaker, from my experience, most of the issues that are brought before the Senate by the auditors are issues for the second term of the governors. There were issues to deal with minor issues like failure to do bank reconciliation, unsurrendered interest, and many other mundane issues that the auditors were pointing out. Most of the auditors, Madam Speaker, were under the patronage of the governors, and therefore they were not able to pick the major issues, the major concerns that led to the mismanagement of the funds that are sent to these counties. Madam Speaker, for instance, there were instances where governors had been summoned and they refused to attend the summons. I'll give the example of the governor for Muranga, Kitui, Kakamega, Machakos, and all of them were never arrested by the police. Madam Speaker, the issue of special audits that the Senator for Kakamega is talking about, special audits were commissioned during the last Senate. But most of the issues that were brought in were issues that were very minor, which could not maybe sustain any progressive oversight of those counties. Because the same governors who do the special audits are the same governors that do the annual audits in those counties. The Office of the Auditor General has 8, I think, regional stations where they take auditors from to look at the accounts of these counties. So it is just an exercise in futility. But the most important function is people to do the audits in the counties that are where the accounts are concerned. For instance, in Mombasa, we were able to do one audit. We took the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate to the county government of Mombasa in 2019. And we were able to do only half of what we had set out to do. Although the governor sort of disappeared, but we were able to make the point that he can be questioned on the use of funds that belong to those counties. Madam Speaker, the other aspect is that now that we are going to have two committees, one dealing with the accounts and another one dealing with the investments, it will be much easier for the two committees to be able to deal with the issues that are arising in those counties. But we should not be waiting for the Auditor General's reports. We should be proactive and visit these counties so that we see for ourselves that if there's a road project that is being done, we can be able to see that project on the ground. Because most of the projects that are factored in by the auditors are phantom projects where money has been paid, but there's nothing on the ground to show that this project has been commissioned by the county government. Madam Speaker, the other aspect is to do with the conduct also of our committees. I remember in the last committee that we had, it was more concerned, the governments were just appearing for the sake of it, but there was nothing much which was being done. I remember I happened to attend the session where my governor was being grilled over the accounts, and I was asked not to ask many questions because time was running out. It was about midday, and I say now we have to finish up by 1 o'clock. Therefore, we cannot do much. Madam Speaker, this is not the trend which we should take, because those issues that were being asked there were issues that were concerned to the county and to the people of Mombasa, and therefore we could not be stopped from asking those serious questions. Madam Speaker, in last year, I brought a petition here for the residents of Buxton over the demolition of their estate by the county government because an investor had come in to rebuild the estate. The petition was referred to the Committee of Transport Infrastructure, which was led by the now governor of Kiambu. Madam Speaker, we set out to go to Mombasa. We made a lot of noise. The construction was stopped for a few days. After we left the Mombasa County, the construction started the following day. And then when the committee actually came to Nairobi, they summoned the governor here, and they were allowed to proceed with the construction without anything being done to the residents who have been evicted forcefully from their houses, their properties destroyed, and nothing was done about the compensation. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that sometimes our own committees are failing us. We wanted to have a clear way forward in such situations where assets of the county governments are being misappropriated or are being mismanaged for the sake of just a few individuals. Madam Speaker, coming to the Committee on Delegated Legislation, this is an oversight committee. And in other jurisdictions, for instance, the United Kingdom, this committee has a majority from the members who are not in the government, members in the minority. For instance, the committee in the United Kingdom has 15 members, 7 drawn from the ruling party and 8 drawn from the opposition parties. And this is because most of the subsidiary legislation, the delegated legislation that will be coming to the House, will be coming from the government ministries. And therefore, the government should not be allowed to oversize itself. More so in our situations where even our colleagues on the other side feel that they are part of the Kenya Kwanza government. Yet Parliament is an independent arm of government, which should not be associated with the executive arm of the government. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that even in Australia, where such committees have been there since the 1940s, the committees are populated by members from the party that is not in government, the party in the minority, so that they can be able to effectively oversight the government in terms of the regulations that are being brought to the House. And the committee, during my tenure, was able to do a lot of regulation, Madam Speaker, and we were able to go for trainings so that all the members were equipped with the necessary knowledge on how those regulations can be scrutinized so that they are in conformity with the Constitution, the parent legislation or any other legislation for that matter, and that they do not infringe on the human rights of the members of the public. Madam Speaker, therefore it is my appeal that we need to review our either standing orders so that this committee, just like the other 2 sessional committees, is populated by members from the minority side. And this will enable us to do effective oversight of the government in terms of the subsidiary legislation that is coming in. Madam Speaker, we cannot underemphasize the importance of this committee. On 27th July, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission published a gazette notice to vary or to alter some of the allowances that members enjoy in both houses, and even other public servants outside Parliament. Madam Speaker, that particular gazette notice under Section 11 of the Statutory Instruments Act is a delegated legislation which should have been brought before the 2 houses of Parliament so that it can be scrutinized and considered whether it conforms with the Constitution, the Statutory Instruments Act, and any other legislation that is in place at the moment in this country. But that one was not done, and now it is being applied to the detriment of some of the members of this House and members of the National Assembly. So, Madam Speaker, the work of this committee is very crucial, because you see most of the county governments, they are relying on legislation, subsidiary legislation, which was passed before the advent of the county governments. And under the Statutory Instruments Act, a subsidiary legislation or a delegated legislation, a rule or regulation cannot be enforced for more than 10 years. It has to be automatically repealed after the period of 10 years. And that's why the majority leader is talking about 50 or so regulations that will be coming in, because most of them are now expiring. Those which were done in 2013 when the advent of, with the advent of the county governments are now in their sunset years, and they'll soon be repealed by the application of the law. So, Madam Speaker, this committee is very crucial, and I'm happy that I'm one of the members of this committee, and I'll be happy to be elected as the chair of this important committee, because I'm sure I'll be in a better position. I'll be in a better position to educate the new members who have come into this committee, and also assist them in being able to understand the provisions or the important work that this committee undertakes in terms of scrutiny of the subsidiary legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to support.
Honorable Senators, for those I call, can you be gracious enough to not speak too long? Next is Senator Thangwa.
2 minutes.
Put the question, Bana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Order, Senator Omogeni. Order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I wish to congratulate you for handling the Speaker's seat very well. Madam Speaker, we need these committees like yesterday, because there's a lot of work ahead of us as a Senate, and mostly, as the grapevine has it, we need to check what was done by the former governors who actually exited office after the last general election. Madam Speaker, I would want to urge the members who have been put into these committees to work with a lot of integrity, because as it was said here by one Senator Kalwale, that this Senate is made or broken by these committees. Madam Speaker, when it comes to oversight, and I want to say that we did not require the Supreme Court to tell us whether we were to summon the governors or not, because the Constitution is very straight on that matter. That is Article 125. They say we can summon anyone to provide evidence or information. So it did not require the Supreme Court. All we need to ask ourselves is what to do when such governors refuse to appear before this House. Mr. Speaker, these committees, Madam Speaker, this House or these committees have the powers of a High Court. And if they do, Madam Speaker, I believe they can come with resolution or recommendation that such governors who refuse to appear before this House will be reprimanded in a way. Madam Speaker, there are some who've been appointed, maybe even in previous government, but if there was a report from this House saying such and such a governor refused to obey the summons of the Senate, should not hold a public office, or maybe some reprimand of the sort, maybe the Parliament would consider that when they are vetting them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these committees need to come with recommendations on how to be handling such issues. The government has said that we are going to promote the PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We have the public investment committees. These committees should also come with recommendations on how such PPPs should happen, because as it stands today, it is very hard for a county to do a PPP, because a county must require the approval from the Treasury. And if the Treasury is not in good terms with a certain county, probably they might not get a nod to go on with the partnership. The Hustler Funds is coming. I believe in the Hustler Funds, even if it's a national fund, who knows? Maybe the governors of the MCAs will be tasked to oversee the distribution of these funds. So that means this kind of fund, a special fund, will be coming to these committees for scrutiny. So it is my prayer that those members who have been elected to serve in these committees, they serve diligently, and at the end of the Senate, or of this session, we will know that we worked for our people, and of course, we did it right. I don't know whether I would agree with Senator Kalwale on the issue of having governors who want to vie for senators to have a hiatus of about 5 years, because there's no vacuum in government. If you want to know what the previous governor did, we just write to the current governor today. And that governor will bring that information to these committees. And the governor in question can only declare his conflict of interest, and he'll be put aside as we investigate. So I think because we want governors to work knowing that there's somewhere else they can go. If we say they will never run anywhere, they will not treat our people well, because they know that is the end of their game. So we are giving them a hand to steal further or to steal more if we bar them from running for any other office. So, Madam Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you. Senator Kavindu, you still want to speak?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and congratulations for sitting in that seat. You look nice there, and I'm sure one of the days Senator Kalwale will not be ashamed of bringing his daughters here, because soon we're going to have a speaker, a lady speaker. Yes, and that time you can bring your daughters to the House. Madam Speaker, I want to say twice my governor was called to this committee of CPAC, and we questioned him on the issues that made him be called here. And I want to say that there are a lot of issues, not only in Machakos County, but in all counties. Because as we talk now, we have more than 400 projects, stored projects in Machakos. And the monies for those projects has been eaten. And so this committee, this particular one for calling the governors and coming to question them, has a lot of work to do. And I want to say that one time when he came, the session was live, but the second time, I don't know what happened. There were no cameras, and the session was not live, and people back to my count were complaining. How come the previous one was live and this was not live? I would request that this particular committee, when the governors appear and the senators who are coming from that count are there, it should be live also, so that the questioning can be seen back home, and so that the senators will be known that they are doing the right thing and they are working. So it should never happen again that a governor is there being questioned and the session is not live. And again, also, I want to comment, like one of us has commented, that when they were asking questions, some of the senators were saying, don't ask those questions, bring statement to the Senate, let's do this, let's do that. We are there to question the governor, and the governor must answer every question. And again, there was, like my governor was given 2 weeks to bring this report, another 2 weeks to bring another report, and he has never brought those reports to date. So I hope the committee that has been selected will follow up with the issues that the governors were to report back, and we follow up and we make sure that they are done. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 1 minute. No, I can give that 1 minute to somebody. She's on. She can use that 1 minute. Let me not be very...
Senator Oyomo?
Yes. Thank you, my Senator Agnes, for donating the 1 minute. I want to support the committees, the 3 committees from the onset. I heard Senator Boni say that we do this to scare governors, that we can do it also to scare governors. Senator, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, we will do this not only to scare governors, but we want people to answer the audit questions effectively. Madam Speaker, I'm supporting the names of the senators that have been proposed for the 3 committees. One, because from the names that I've seen in the list, there are senators with the commendable credentials. And so I support the composition of the 3 names. Madam Speaker, from the 3 committees, this is actually where the rubber meets the road. As a Senate, the audits that, for example, the Committee of Accounts, Public Accounts Committee does, and reflecting on the ruling from the Supreme Court, it was very clear. It reaffirmed the mandate of the Senate, the powers that the Senate has to summon governors, to answer to all queries from the Auditor General, and not only give information, but it was very specific, any information.
Order.
I support.
Honorable Senator Oyomo, you have a balance of 18 minutes tomorrow. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. The Senate, therefore, stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 19th October, 2022, at 2:30 p.m.